Home then.
I
Problem
think I might
solved.
have.
No, you're not down there.
Maybe ask Kelly if she has her name tag.
Kelly, sitting- where am I supposed to?
I will call the Londonderry Planning Board meeting to order for June 7th, 2023. I just want to point out for everyone who is here that this room has two exits. They're on the right-hand side of the audience. They're at the front of the room and the back of the room. If we have to evacuate for any reason, we ask you to proceed through the exit closest to you, go outside, move away from the building, and don't come back into our fire officials have instructed us to do so. I'd like to ask everyone to please rise with pledge allegiance to the American flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Johnny's not gonna be here tonight, I know, and Jeff is not here, so I'll appoint Tony to vote for Jeff. And that will give us,
I'll move
it's
down then.
7 voting members.
I'll move down. Get
Oh.
those guys.
Okay, and that is a more than a quorum, and we can proceed to get our business done. Tonight, first part of the meeting is administrative board work where we get our business done. We have minutes to approve. We also need to see if any impact determinations and also discussions with staff. And then we'll get to new plans, as there's no old business. And the 7 new plans, it'll be a lengthy meeting, and I think around 10 PM, we'll assess where we are at and decide what to do at that time. I think any plan we haven't got to will be continued. And just want to start with approval of minutes, May 3rd, 2023, and May 10th, 2023. And I'll take those separately in case someone wants to abstain.
Motion to approve for May 3rd.
Second?
Motion by Al, second by Jake. And any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor, if they just signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? And
I don't think I was here for that one.
you weren't here, Tony.
I was not here for that one, so I'll
for that
abstain.
one. And chair was affirmative, and the motion carries, and the minutes of May 3rd, 2023 are approved.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the minutes of May 10th.
Second?
Motion by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions?
Abstain.
Al abstains, and chair votes affirmative. Motion carries, and the minutes of May 10th, 2023 are approved. Next, we'll move to as regional impact determinations. And Kelly, I think you've
Thank you,
got
Mr.
one.
Chair. I have 3 for you this evening.
Okay,
The first is a review of a lot line adjustment to adjust a lot line between 39 South Road, map 3, lot 21, 44-1, zoned AR1, and 41 South Road, map 3, lot 21-44-2, zoned AR1, Eugene and Judith Harrington. Owner and applicant Raymond and Brenda Dickey Family Revocable Trust. Owner and applicant. The second, thank you, is review a subdivision plan to subdivide map 10, lot 41 into 2 lots, Pillsbury Road and Michael's Way, map 10, lot 41, zoned AR1 in Woodmont Planned Unit Development. Pillsbury Realty Development LLC is the owner and WP East Acquisitions LLC is the applicant. And staff is recommending those 2 are not developments of regional impact. The third is an application for design review of a site plan for a 418,000 square foot manufacturing facility and associated site improvements at 55 Pettingill Road, map 14, lot 49-3, Gateway Business District. NB Development Group LLC is the applicant. 1 Pettingill Road Realty LLC is the owner. Staff is recommending that this may be a development of regional impact due to meeting at least one of the criteria expressed in the regional impact guidelines suggested by Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission. Those criteria I'm referring to are being within 1,000 feet of a adjacent municipal boundary and exceeding 500 vehicle trips per day for non-residential use.
does the board have any questions on those three items. What I'll do is I take the first two because they are not a regional impact, and I'll take the third one separately because it is a regional impact.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the first two do not meet the standards for regional impact.
Second.
Motion by Al, second by Ted? Second by Ted. Any discussion on the first two items of regional impact? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions? And chair votes affirmative. And the first two items are not a regional impact. I'll take the third item, which is almost on the border with Manchester.
Do you think, if I might ask you, what is your opinion on this?
Technically, it meets the requirements that it is a regional impact.
Then I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion by Al is that the third item is of regional impact.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board? What that means, it just goes to the Southern New Hampshire Planning Commission for review, and they send our comments to us, and it lets at least the Regional Planning Commission, and also, since we bought the city of Manchester, they will know about it also, and any other abutters.
Mr. Chair, real quick on
yes.
that. As we have not had one of these pass through here in a long time, that actually is a regional impact. Does it impact the timing of this plan?
No.
It should not impact the timing. It's in design review still. They've not submitted a formal application, so they're not scheduled for any hearing at this time. So there should be plenty of time to go through the regional impact process and receive appropriate comments.
Okay.
I'll add too, I made the applicant aware that this would be coming forward this evening and what staff's recommendation was.
Okay. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative, and the item 3 is not of regional, is of regional impact, excuse me. Okay, next, we have discussions with the town staff. Anything, John?
Nope, nothing this evening.
Okay, Kelly.
Mr. Chair, I do have an extension request on behalf of Pennachuck East Utility for a 60-day extension regarding their booster station site plan and tank site plan. 60 days from today, I believe, brings us to August 6th, 2023.
Okay. Any questions from the board? If not, the extension request for Pennachuck to August 5th of 2023.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion by Al, second by Jake. Any further discussion from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and the Pennachuck pumping station has been extended for, to the 5th of August of 2023. Anything else, Kelly?
That's all for this evening.
Anything from the board?
Thank you very much on the information that's been sent to us over the past week. Really appreciate it. I think it's a huge help for the board, so thank you.
Absolutely.
Yes.
problem.
Excellent. And yesterday, I met with Kelly, Mike Malaguti, and our new attorney, who is quite sharp. And we'll be setting up a non-meeting with the board to meet our attorney and go over basically planning board do's and don'ts and her perspective of things. But she does follow in the shoes of Mike Ramsdale, so.
Is that something that'll be before a meeting, or will we have a separate?
Usually we've done it before the meeting, like at meeting at 6 or something.
Yeah, I was just wondering if maybe we could try and do like 5:30, so we have a little bit more time. I feel like the last one.
Yes, I know there's usually
the end of the
some
last
fair
one
amount of
kinda got
questions.
rushed
And, I
through,
mean, it's a
you know.
good time to get familiar with our
Yeah.
attorney also.
So if we could do it a little bit earlier, I don't know if everybody can make it, but if
I
we
was
could.
about to say challenge is getting here at 5:30.
Yeah, if we could do it a little bit earlier, I think it would benefit us, just so we don't feel
Usually
like
we do
we're.
it before, because a separate meeting is a
Yeah.
little, it's hard for all members to make it.
When it's that early, do we have snacks?
It's a pizza party.
Typically provide.
Whoever mentions it brings it.
Yeah, we don't want you to eat
Careful
too
who you're
much to
talking
fall
to.
asleep.
I'll hook us up, don't worry.
Yeah, that's always the first question. What are we eating? We'll worry about that when the time comes, but we'll give the board sufficient notice. And I have a letter from our fire chief who wants to make a correction that occurred at our May 10th meeting. And this is sent to chairman and members of the planning board. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and the board members for taking a minute to read this into the record. On May 10th, 2023, during the planning board meeting, a member of the public gave testimony that he had personally spoken to Chief O'Brien from the fire department in regards to a development slated for Young Road. During his testimony, he made comments that the fire department was against the project and that it would be difficult to navigate through traffic from such development. I would just like to set the record straight that I personally have had no conversations with this member of the community or his wife. The Fire Prevention Division sits on all plan reviews to offer suggestions on how to best serve emergency services. During such time, if there were any objections, it would be documented at that time. For this project, there were none noted. Furthermore, the standard that was referenced from the National Fire Protection Association, I could not seem to locate. I have attached the standard from NFPA 1710 that is in reference to fire services that has not been adopted by the state of New Hampshire for turnout time and travel time. The 141 seconds to arrive on scene could not be located either. Please see below. NFPA standard 1710 establishes an 80-second turnout time and a 480-second travel time. Together, 560 seconds or 9 minutes and 20 seconds response time. Benchmark time goal for the deployment of an initial full alarm assignment at a fire suppression incident for not less than 90% of dispatched incidents. Londonderry Fire Rescue in most cases has meet these standards and will continue to serve this community and the residents that we protect. And it's signed Chief Darren O'Brien. And it's a matter of public record, and we'll go right here. It's in the read file also. And I don't have anything else, so we'll proceed to our new plans. We have a public hearing on an application for a conditional use permit for 3,856 square feet of temporary wetland impact for equipment access and word pad placement within the Conservation Overlay District for the proposed replacement of existing structures along the existing transmission line right-of-way, Public Service Company of New Hampshire doing business as Eversource Energy. They are the owner and the applicant, and first we have to determine completeness of the application.
Mr. Chair, staff is recommending the conditional use permit application be accepted as complete.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete per staff's recommendation memorandum dated June 7th, 2023.
Second?
motion by Al, second by Jake for completeness. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, chair is affirmative. The application has been accepted as complete. What this does, it starts the public hearing and also the 65-day timeframe in which this board has to render a decision on the conditional use permit. So just identify yourself for our records, please, and
Sure thing. Apologies
Proceed.
for jumping the gun here. I forgot about the acceptance. So I am Connor Madison of GZA here on behalf of Eversource Energy. As stated, I'm here for a conditional use permit for temporary wetland impacts off of Brewster Road on the 391 transmission line, which comes right out of Scobie Pond Substation. This is similar type of work that we have seen before, so I'll try to be as efficient as possible. Feel free to interrupt me as well. For this project, this in Londonderry is a one-structure utility pole replacement. It is a wood to steel replacement. Every year, Eversource goes through the lines and inspects each and every pole. This year, when they inspected the 391 line, they did see some damage on this pole in Londonderry. It is pole number 335, be it cracks, any really just decaying on the inside of the cross arms, you name it. This is a wood pole that we are proposing to replace to steel. There's no tree clearing in this area. We're not widening the right of way. We're not adding any new lines or replacing any lines. This is just a wood to steel structure replacement project. As far as permits go, we do have a statutory wetland permit by notification through the state. It's currently pending. The state is a little behind on their wetland reviews. You'll receive both the application and the approval from the town. We also have for all upland impact an alteration of terrain permit that's also currently pending, which the town also should have received a copy of the application. You will receive a copy of the approval as well. For upland that is on these plans, it's kind of a grayed out area. Per this picture right here, we'll be adding gravel to that slope side in addition to mats in that wetland area, the timber mats. We are restoring this work area to a 30 by 60 work pad size. We do permit for a 100 by 100 area just for safety reasons. So we have a crane, a bucket, and a drill can all operate in the safely work area. For both these permits, statutory permit by notification and alteration of terrain, we have to coordinate with both New Hampshire Fish and Game and Natural Heritage Bureau for any protected species, turtles, snakes, plants. We are ongoing. We have coordinated with Natural Heritage Bureau. We're going out and doing surveys, none in Londonderry. And same with New Hampshire Fish and Game. We are coordinating with them currently. We need their acceptance before any of these permits get accepted. So you'll see that as well when it comes through. This state is a little behind. This project spans from Londonderry to Rochester. So as a whole, this project is proposed to start mid-July. I can't tell you specifically where they're going to start from Rochester to here. This is only one pole of, I believe it's 80 on the entire project for ranging from 9 different towns. But it will be July, and a statutory permit by notification only allows us to have timber matting in for one growing season. So we'll be out in the winter of 2024, the latest. That's my quick and dirty spiel. Do you guys have any questions? We can walk through the plans as well. It is one structure, so it's relatively quick for a plan review.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll go to our staff first, go to the board, then I'll go to the public.
Sounds good?
John,
No, I have nothing.
you're all set. Kelly?
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add that the Conservation Commission has recommended approval of the conditional use permit. The applicant's already gone to Conscom.
Okay, thank you. Ann?
No questions.
Tony?
Good.
Lynn?
No questions.
No questions.
No questions, thank you.
No questions, thank you.
Jake?
I'm all set, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anyone from the public have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to this request for a conditional use permit? Could you come forward to a microphone? We got one there, and one right here, and I need your name and address, please.
Philip Chandra.
Yeah, to the microphone. That's so people listening in can hear you.
Philip Chandra, 17 Rare Brewster Road. He said no tree clearing,
Correct.
and all you're gonna do is replace the pole?
Yep.
That's right on Brewster Road?
Yeah. Yeah, the plans are, it's right off Brewster Road, crossing the wetland, going directly to Scobie Substation.
Okay, because last time, when you said you were gonna put another transmission line on my side of the other existing lines, you cut a bunch of my trees down, and then you decided to put the line on the other side.
Fantastic.
So that's why I came here tonight to see how much more trees you're gonna cut down, and are you gonna use the land, or are you just gonna keep cutting my trees down?
Yeah, so, to be honest, Scobie's.
Yeah, talk to the chair on this, please, even though he hears
I'm sorry,
everything.
we're right
and will
next to
answer
each other, so it's
everything,
natural.
yes. Yeah, you can do the answering now.
Okay, I can respond now, perfect.
It's the formal process.
No, so Scobie Pond, Londonderry, as you know, is just probably one of the biggest hubs for Eversource energy. Scobie Pond substation is huge. So I'm not aware of the different projects throughout here. All I can speak to, I apologize, is the 391. And this right-of-way has already seen right-of-way to right-of-way clearance. So there's no trees in the jurisdiction.
Okay,
So we won't be clearing any. We don't have any.
okay.
To
Because
take,
I
but-
just want to know if you're going to cut more of my trees down, and are you going to use the land, or are you just going to keep cutting my trees down for no
I
reason?
think the answer is no, he's not
Right.
cutting any trees
Okay.
down.
I'm fine.
Now, for
with it.
clarification, you guys have cut from edge of right of way to edge of right of way?
On this area, this 391, yeah, we just came in last year.
Okay, so there is no more tree cutting going on.
It's hard describing it. Yeah, in this particular area on Segovia substation, Scobie has.
And that's all we're dealing with, is this
6
one
different
particular
facets, but
area
yes.
right now. So-
Yep, this one there will be no more.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for our decision.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant approval of the conditional use permit for 3,856 square feet of temporary wetland impact for equipment access and work pad placement within the Conservation Overlay District for the proposed replacement of existing structures along the existing transmission line right-of-way, Public Service Company of New Hampshire, DBA, Eversource Energy, owner and applicant.
Second?
Motion by Al, second by Jake. Any further discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions show as affirmative, and motion carries, and we have a conditional use permit.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Next, we have a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a lot line adjustment to adjust the lot line between 39 South Road, tax map 3, lot 21-44-1, zoned agricultural residential 1, and 41 South Road, tax map 3, lot 21-44-2, zoned agricultural residential 1. Eugene and Judith Harrington are the owners and the applicant. Raymond and Brenda Dickey Family Revocable Trust is the owner and the applicant also. And completeness.
Mr. Chair, there are no outstanding checklist items, and staff is recommending the board accept the application as complete.
Okay, board has no questions, I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete for staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7th, 2023.
Second?
Motion by Al, second by Jake for completeness. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, show it's affirmative, and the application has been accepted as complete. What this does is start the public hearing and also the 65-day time period in which this board has to render a decision. So, you're very familiar, I know you, but identify yourself for your records, please.
Sure. My name is Eric Mitchell. I'm here to present this plan on behalf of the applicants. As stated, this is a lot line adjustment. The purpose of the lot line adjustment is the existing well for the Dickey property, for the Dickey house is actually on the Harrington property. So we're bending the lot line around the well, so it'll now be on the Dickey property, because that's who it serves. And what we have is two little triangular pieces of property that are being swapped. They're 750 square feet, so it's a very small area. So the lot sizes will be the same when we're done as to what they were existing to what they're done after the adjustment of the lot line. And that's really the only reason why we're here. The well is not that far over the lot line, but it's over the lot line, so this puts it on the Dickey property where it services.
Okay, I'll go to staff, then the board, then to the public. John?
Nothing.
All set. Kelly?
Mr. Chair, as the applicant indicated, there is an even swap of land occurring in this instance. Both parcels are well over the required lot size, and all structures are remaining within the required setbacks. Staff is supportive of a conditional approval.
Okay. Ian?
I have no questions. Looks
Okay,
pretty
Tony.
clear.
Lynn?
No questions.
No questions.
Ted?
No question.
Jason?
No questions.
Jake?
Mr. Chair, I'm all set.
Okay. Any abutters or anyone from the public have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to this lot line adjustment? I do not see any. I'll bring it back to the board, for the board to...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of the lot line adjustment to adjust the lot line between 39 South Road, map 3, lot 2.1-44-1, zoned AR1, and 41 South Road, map 3, lot 2.1-44-2, zone AR1, Eugene and Judith Harrington, owner and applicant, Raymond and Brenda Dickey Family Revocable Trust, owner and applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Eric C. Mitchell and Associates, dated April 18, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7, 2023.
Motion by Al, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions shows affirmative, and motion carries, and you have a
Thank you.
conditionally approved lot line adjustment, or subdivision, the way the statutes put it, so.
Yep.
Thank you.
That was an easy one.
I don't know if they're all gonna be that way or not.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah. We haven't gotten to the heavy-duty stuff yet. Next we have is a public hearing on an application for formal review of a subdivision plan to divide one lot into two at number 190 Litchfield Road, tax map 14, lot 6, zone agricultural residential 1, by N. M. and Martin P. Boucher, or Bouchy, are the owners and the applicants. And we have to do completeness.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there is one outstanding checklist item for which a waiver has been requested. That's the checklist item 7.2 in section 3.05 of the subdivision regs to allow parcel 6-3 not to require underground utilities. Staff does support the granting of the waiver as utilities exist overhead along Litchfield Road and conserve the parcel. Additionally, this waiver was granted previously for 2 other parcels that were subdivided out of the parent parcel. Just want to remind the board, again, to look at the requirements or to follow the waiver criteria from RSA 674:36 in the subdivision regulations. That's listed at the bottom of the memorandum.
Okay, thanks, John. Anything to add, Kelly?
No, Mr. Chair.
No? Okay, we'll do the board. I'll start at the other end. Jake?
Mr. Chair, I'm all set.
Okay. Jason?
I'm all set, thank you.
Ed?
The plans won't open for me, so.
Yeah.
I guess I'll say I'm
Yeah,
all set for the
none
time
of
being.
us.
We don't have site plans.
We don't have it either.
I don't know if Kelly can at least open them, bring them up on the screen at all?
I
or-
wasn't able to open them on my end, so
Yep, cannot open file.
if you want to talk about it, I can run upstairs and see if I can get them on.
I think it would be good.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
Do you want it? Are you good with this?
With what? Yeah.
With the waivers?
So again, just to remind the board, again, that the board should be looking at utilizing the criteria from RSA 674:36 and the subdivision regs and determining whether or not the waiver would be granted.
Yep, that's the bottom line. when it comes
Correct.
to- Oh, the old days of paper. It always worked. Even though the complaints we got was a lot of paper rustling on the microphones, so no one could really hear what we're saying.
You want to continue, Art?
Uh,
Or would you rather see the plan?
Why don't we continue, and then, we're not good with dead air, so.
Yeah. So you need to act on the completeness waiver request.
Mr. Chair, I would, I'd be comfortable making a motion, accepting this as complete.
Second.
Okay, motion by Jake, second by Al. Any discussion by the board? Feel comfortable? I looked at it on the home computer, and everything looked in place to me, so. But I'm only one individual, so. Okay, motion by Jake, second by Al. No discussion. All those in favor of completeness signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions. And chair votes affirmative. The application has been accepted as complete. This starts the public hearing and also the 65-day time clock in which we have to render a decision. But we'll just wait. I don't think it'll take Kelly too long.
Well, can't we do the waivers?
Want to go through the waivers at all, Mr. Chair?
Sure, sure.
You
Yeah,
can let Eric present the plan.
Sure.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
Just to
we'll,
give-
we'll continue, and then once Kelly has the plans, then we take a look at them, so.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eric Mitchell. My office prepared these plans for the Bouchers. This subdivision is it's a two-lot subdivision. There's an existing single-family house on the lot, and we're cutting another lot off of that. The proposed lot would be 1.64 acres. The combined of the current today, it's 2.93 acres for the lot. Back in 2015, this was approved as a subdivision that created two additional house lots in 2015 with the existing house plus two other lots. And there was sort of a double lot left with the existing house, and now we're cutting off a house lot off of the existing house lot. Excuse me. There is some, with the history of this, there had been waivers and other things granted that we were requesting again, that were done before. But basically what we're doing is taking the 2.3 acre lot and cutting a lot off of that.
Okay, what we've done, Kelly, we've accepted as complete, and then Eric has gone through the waivers.
Okay, so you should be able to open the plans on your end. I have them up on the screen.
Okay, I guess staff recommendation says opened. And let's see,
Should be the first two at the top.
Rev B 1-6.
Yeah, the-
Very first one.
plans still don't open for me.
I'll go at the top of the file.
Should.
Top
Up
one
at
on
the
your.
Top two.
You gotta scroll to the top
Oh,
page.
right in front of me, and I don't see it, so thanks, Lynn.
Yeah, right up on top. There you go. Then they open.
There it is. Everyone got the plans?
Yep.
And it's also on the screen, so. Okay, Eric's gone through the,
I think, Eric, if
Or
you want
the-
to just
the-
touch
the-
upon your two
the waivers,
additional
so you
waivers.
can start, the rest of the presentation, Eric.
There are also two other waivers. One is for the requirement that the sightline profile A meet the subdivision regulations. That is for the existing house. We meet the sightline B for the existing house, but we do not meet it with the sightline A. However, the criteria that was done in there before, the current criteria is different than what it was when this was originally approved as a subdivision regulation. Required a 6-inch object being able to be seen, but now it's 2.5 feet, which we do comply with that. When this was approved back in 2015, because it was an existing driveway with an existing house, we did ask for a waiver for the same requirement, and that was approved back in 2015. So the requirement for the waiver is for one of the site distance profiles for the existing house, which has been approved before. The other waiver is for monuments along Litchfield Road. If you can look on the proposed lot, the edge of the right-of-way is actually, existing right-of-way is right at the edge of pavement. We had provided, and there was an existing easement there that the town has. We put that in back in 2015. But because the edge of the right-of-way normally needs bounds at the beginning and the end of the curvature, that would be right at the edge of pavement, so we really can't put them in. We did do monuments at the edge of the easement for the widening of the road. They're there. So the reason why we're asking not to put monuments on the road is because the right-of-way is actually right at the edge of pavement. And we physically can't do that, and it doesn't help that out. And this is also a waiver, I believe, that was approved back in 2015. And those are the two waivers.
Okay. Well, do is like we always do, we go to staff, the board, and then the public and butters. John?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Eric indicated, they are asking a waiver request to the site distance. Again, if the board recalls, this is a similar situation like what we had for the Walters subdivision, where it was a lot line relocation, and it was the site distance for an existing driveway. So again, we've taken the policy to look at existing driveways a little differently, and again, applying the 2-foot criteria versus the 6-inch. Again, with new subdivisions and new roadways, we're holding to the 6-inch, but in this one where it's an existing driveway, we're going to the 2-foot, so staff does support that waiver request. The applicant has not provided the proposed monuments along the frontage of the new lot 6-3, per the regs. Applicant has submitted a waiver request for this. Again, staff does support this waiver request. Again, this is because, again, as Eric indicated, this would be along the edge of pavement, and the monuments would likely be destroyed. A couple of design review items. Item number 3, applicant should provide the inverts for the catch basins shown in the topographic plans. And lastly, verify the DRC comments with the planning department and the assessing department. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, John. Anything to add, Kelly?
Just wanted to note that the design review comments that are outstanding are simply to note the waivers that were granted this evening, and then final confirmation of the parcel numbers for the subdivision from assessing.
Thanks. I'll start with Ann.
I've seen the plans before, so I was just waiting for John's comments. I'm satisfied.
Okay, good.
I'm all set.
You all set? Lynn?
I'm all set.
All set.
All set.
Jason?
All set, thank you.
Jake?
Mr. Chair, I'm all set.
Okay, are any abutters or any member of the public have any questions, comments, or concerns in regards to this 2-lot subdivision plan? We do not see any. We'll bring it back to the board. We get the 2 waivers.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant the applicant's requests for 2 waivers per staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7, 2023.
Motion
Second.
by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and the chair votes affirmative. So the 2, motion carries, 2 waivers have been granted. And
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of the subdivision plan to divide 1 lot into 2, 190 Litchfield Road, map 14, lot 6, zoned AR1, Diane M. and Martin P. Boucher, owners and applicants, in accordance with plans prepared by Eric C. Mitchell and Associates Incorporated, dated August 15, 2022, last revised May 18, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years from prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7, 2023.
Second.
Motion by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and motion carries, and you have a conditional approval.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Next we have is a public hearing on an application for a formal review of a subdivision plan to subdivide tax map 10, lot 41 into 2 lots, Pillsbury Road and Michael's Way, tax map 10, lot 41, zoned agricultural residential 1, and Woodmont Plan Unit Development, and Pillsbury Realty Development LLC, the owner, and WP East Acquisitions LLC is the applicant. And we will go to completeness first.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no outstanding checklist items. Staff recommends that the board vote to accept the application as it is substantially complete and contains sufficient information to invoke the board's jurisdiction to allow the board to make an informed decision.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the application as complete for staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7, 2023.
Second.
motion for completeness by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and the application has been accepted as complete. What this does is start the public hearing for it, the presentation, and also the 65-day time clock in which this board has to render a decision. So who is doing the presentations? I just need name, address, company.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add before you start. So the next two agenda items, this and the following, are regarding the same project, but the board needs to act separately on the subdivision and site plan. It's fine to discuss them together, but just make sure
Yes,
when
the
you're acting on
motions
them.
have to be done separately. Be legal.
Yes. Do we want to present the other pieces as well and sort of have one general?
I would recommend getting through the waivers associated with the subdivision plan, getting through the subdivision plan itself, and then
Yes, let's-
proceeding to the site plan.
We'll get the subdivision done, and then we'll get to the site plan after that.
Okay, excellent. Michael Malinowski with Allen and Major Associates. We are the civil engineers for the project. The surveyors from Hayner Swanson could not be here this evening. With me is representatives from WP East Acquisitions as well. And we can make a presentation relative to the subdivision. The subdivision is for the development of a parcel of land that will encompass a 264-unit multifamily project. It is located within the Woodmont Commons PUD. And as you see, we have the subdivision. The few waivers that we have are precedent based on previous plans, most of which are plans larger than 1 inch equals 40, not providing full extensive existing conditions beyond the 16-acre piece of property that the development is on. Happy to answer any questions. I believe we have all of the information. There was a few comments that had come through on the staff report. We do not take any exception to the comments, and we will address those and get the plans updated as needed.
Okay. I'll do staff, the board, and then the public.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, as Mike indicated, they are asking for 3 waiver requests. First one being to waiver from section 4.01C of the regs to allow a plan scale greater than 1 inch equals 40 for the subdivision and topographic plan sheets. Staff supports granting of the waiver as the plans are legible at the scale as presented. Second waiver request was to section 417A23 of the regulations to not provide the existing conditions plan, or to provide the existing conditions plan based on the development area rather than the total site. Again, staff does support granting of the waiver because the applicant submitted an existing conditions plan based on the current development area and the concurrent site plan submission. If you recall, again, this is just, they're taking out a chunk of Woodmont, so that's what the waiver request is, so they don't have to show the entirety of Woodmont's topo.
Yes.
Third waiver request was from section 416 of the regs to not provide existing water, sewer, drainage, and utility information for the entire development area. Staff, again, supports a waiver request because the applicant submitted the required information on the existing conditions plan based on the current development area in the concurrent site plan submission. Again, they're not, they're just concentrating again on that block, that they're, piece of property that they're chopping out of there. We have a few design review items. Number 1 is to provide the owner's signature. Item 2 is to provide copies of relevant and proposed easement deeds or other legal documents. Item 3 is to provide lot configuration details defined by meets and bounds descriptions in accordance with the regulations. Item 4 is to add some notes to the plan set in accordance with the site plan regs. Item 5 is to do some clarification on the subdivision plan, those including completing notes, providing appropriate monumentation, and labeling the right-of-way and dimension of the pavement width. Those are basically comments 5 and 6. And that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, John. Anything to add, Kelly?
Nope, John's covered it.
All set, okay. I'll start with Jake, we'll go to the board.
Mr. Chair, I don't have any questions on the 3 waivers.
Okay,
I have no questions.
you don't either.
I'm good with the waivers right now.
All set.
Okay, all set. Lynn,
No questions on the waivers.
Betty? Ann?
No questions.
Okay, okay, I lost my place here. Pardon me.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I'll
I'd like to make a motion to accept grant the 3 waivers as presented.
Second,
Okay, motion by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board?
can we just add to the motion that the waivers can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good?
You certainly can.
Thank you.
Be added on. Is that agreeable for the board?
Agreeable to me, yes.
Yep. Yep, I don't see any negative comments coming. So, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, and the waivers have been accepted. Okay, actually, I have to get some public input on the plan, so are there any abutters or anyone from the public have any questions, comments, concerns in regards to this subdivision that is within Woodmont?
That's a no.
Say no.
I think
Say
that is
no.
I think that is a no. So, a good time to leave. Seeing no input from the public, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of the subdivision plan to subdivide map 10, lot 41 into 2 lots, Pillsbury Road and Michaels Way, map 10, lot 41, zoned AR1, and Woodmont Plan Unit Development, PUD, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC owner, and WP East Acquisitions LLC applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Hayner Swanson Incorporated, dated April 5th, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 2 years of the approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval to be fulfilled, as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7th, 2023.
Second,
Motion by Al, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Abstentions, and chair votes affirmative, and the subdivision in Woodmont has been granted conditional approval. So, we will move on to the next item. And continuing, we have a public hearing on an application for formal review of a site plan for the proposed development of a 264 dwelling unit multifamily residential development with associated parking and amenities, Michael's Way, tax map 10, lot 41, zone agricultural residential 1, and Woodmont Plan Unit Development, PUD. Pillsbury Realty Development LLC is the owner, and WP East Acquisition LLC is the applicant. And we need to go to completeness.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no outstanding checklist items. Staff recommends that the board vote to accept the application as it is substantially complete and contains sufficient information to invoke the board's jurisdiction and to allow the board to make an informed decision.
Okay,
so moved.
yep.
Second.
Motion by Ted, second by Al. Any discussion? I'm trying to find my place here.
Jake and Al? Did you make the motion?
I made the motion, yeah.
Jake made the
Did
motion.
not make a motion.
What?
I did not make a motion.
Okay, it sounded like you. You two sound familiar, so.
I'll talk louder for you.
So I gotta really work at reading lips, you know? Okay, motion by Jake, second by Al.
Yep.
And any discussion by the board? Seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and motion carries, and plan is complete. So the completeness starts the public hearing, just like before, and also the 65-day timeframe in which this board has to render a decision. So you can make the presentation. We will get input from staff, the board, and then public.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members of the board. Mark Seck on behalf of the applicant, WP East Acquisitions LLC. I know you have the presentation in front of you there on the screen. I do have hard copies before I start, if that would be helpful, or if,
I'd love one.
yeah.
Thank you. If you have them, we'll take them.
Yeah, definitely.
Might as well, if you
Thanks,
got
Mark.
'em.
You already killed the trees. Might as well use them.
Sure, thank you.
Oh, with computers and printers, they generate paper, even more.
Thank you. There's two files now, paper file, electronic file.
Can I have one, Mark? Thank you.
So I thought it would be helpful, just to kind of give a refresh on the project. If you remember, you guys were kind enough to see us informally before we submitted back in the fall. Since then, we did formally submit. We met with Heritage Commission twice. We met with Conservation, and we did solicit feedback from the town's departments as well as the town's third-party peer reviewer. We've been working over the past couple months to address a lot of the questions and comments and concerns that we heard from the various boards, and have arrived at where we are tonight. And so, I'll be brief, but just want to walk you through a refresher of the project, as well as the small changes that have happened as a result of those comments and meetings. Again, the project team is we are the applicant, WP East Acquisitions LLC. It is Wood Partners. And as a reminder, we will be the developer, the general contractor, as well as the property manager. I'm joined here tonight by Rob Del Salvo of Embark Studio, who is the architect on this project. The civil engineer as well as landscape engineer is Alan Major, and Mike Malinowski, who introduced himself prior on the subdivision, is sitting next to me. And we're represented tonight by our legal counsel, Nutter Law, represented by David Liberdoni. I won't really get into the Wood Partners overview. I know you are familiar with that. We are a national developer with a local office here in New England that covers New England. Just a refresh for everyone, this is the parcel that is being subdivided out within the Woodmount Commons master plan. So we are going to be between Governor Bell and really Pillsbury Road to the north. The project is remaining as 11 three-story buildings containing 24 units and a standalone amenity building with a large courtyard. The unit count nor the parking count has changed since we were before you prior. Here is the latest site plan, and the only change that happened is on what would be Plan West. There was some comments from the fire department in regards to access, and that road that Kelly is showing there was not there prior. It was, the drive access was on the other side, so we moved the buildings in to provide access to the fire department so that they have full vehicular access around all the buildings. And that was the only change to the actual site layout.
Just a question, maybe for clarification of everyone. On the left or to the north, there's another roadway that's going to be there.
Yeah, so that there is plans for that road. I can't really speak to that. We are not the owner of that parcel, nor are we buying it, nor the responsibility to construct that road. So I can't really speak to the plans for that road. And that was one of the factors of why we did shuffle around the site plan, not knowing when that road may be completed.
Okay.
I am going to hand it over to Mike now from Allen & Major just to go through some of the civil.
Yes, Michael Malinowski with Allen & Major Associates. We're at 400 Harvey Road in Manchester. As Mark had mentioned before, we are the civil engineers and landscape architects. What you see before you is the grading and drainage plans. The concept hasn't changed from our preliminary presentation to the planning board. We still have a closed drainage network that is collecting stormwater from both surface runoff and roof runoff, and is being sent to 3 existing detention basins that were part of the original master plan on the PUD. There's one very large one to the south on Michael's Way. There's one to the north along Woodmont. And the third one is sort of top right, up close to where the Baldwins are. There's a small portion of our drainage that goes there, but the vast majority goes to large basins at Michael's and Woodmont. We have gone through technical review with the town's third-party review, have also addressed comments from DPW. Comments relative to the drainage were more clerical and clarification aspects of the plan. I can get into the PUD conformance plan illustrates that we meet the underlying spirit and intent of the PUD for overall lot size, perimeter, walk paths between pedestrian connections. David from Nutter can go over a bit more of that if you guys have specific questions relative to PUD conformance.
So,
Yeah, can you go back to the utility plan? Yeah. Water and sewer, so we are making connections to the existing Pennachuck water system that exists in the road. There's a main line in Governor Bell, as well as Michael's. We are making connections there. Sanitary sewer is the same. Both of our sanitary is collected on site and discharged at 2 points, one along Michael's Way and one along the midpoint of Governor Bell's. We have submitted plans to the Town of Londonderry Sewer Department. I had a conversation yesterday with Bob Carey. He has accepted the plans. The only thing that he is outstanding is the application fee for the sewer extension permit. Just stepping back to drainage, we have submitted our AOT permit. It is currently being reviewed by DES. We do not anticipate substantive changes that would come about based on their review. Get into architecture.
So Rob Del Savio from Embark Studio with the project architects. So the slide in front of you right now is the typical floor plan of the units that Mike had shown the footprints before on the site plan. There's 2 different building types. They vary only a little bit in their length, by about 10 feet or so. Every building has 2 entrances where residents would come in and out of. Here they're pictured on the top side of the page. The bottom side of the page is entrances to support space, utility type space. They're all walk-ups, single stair walk-ups, 24 units in a cluster, each stair serving a total of 12 units. The next slide, please. So this is a view facing down Michael's Way. We had worked with you and Heritage throughout a couple meetings trying to find a way to improve the appearance of the buildings in terms of material usage. So through some meetings with Heritage, we concluded that applying stone as opposed to brick, we looked at some other options. Stone was the best alternative to sort of enhance the appearance of these buildings and the presence of the buildings along Michael's Way. So that's what's pictured here. It's sort of the end caps, if you will, of the buildings are stone up until about the 3rd floor level, at which point they go to a board and batten system that's pictured under the gables there. Between the stone volumes, there's clapboard and those gray pieces with the balconies spanning between those 2. The grade here along Michael's Way is about 4 feet or so below the 1st floor of the building. At one point, we had tried to create stoops that would allow entrances in there, as some of the planning guidelines suggest. What we end up running into is an accessibility issue. We have to maintain at least 60% of our entrances as being accessible. With 4 entrances to the building, these 2 would require a ramp of about 58 feet long just to get up to so all the green space was taken away and converted to ramp. So we thought it best to still articulate those insets with the door so they have some presence on the street, but residents would not be going in and out of those. They'd always be going in and out of the buildings from the more populated side where the actual parking that they use is located. Go to the next slide, Kelly, please. So this is the view looking at the intersection of Michael's Way and Governor Bell. This is the project sign here. Here you can see the two buildings, both one on the left fronting on Michael's Way and the one on the right fronting on Governor Bell, have the stone cladding as it returns into the first 12, 14 feet of the building before it returns to the clapboard patterning. And next slide. And this is the clubhouse piece, this is the building sort of in the center of the whole development. This again features some of the stone right at the entrance. This will house some athletic spaces, meeting rooms, sort of workspace, and so forth.
I'll just add to that. We remember when we met with you, there was, a strong preference to see some brick. We had just had lap siding, and the chairman can speak to this as well, being on Heritage, and we did look at brick, and we were drawn towards stone, and we did show both the brick and the stone to Heritage, and there was kind of a resounding interest in the stone. They had agreed that they thought the stone was the right look.
Yeah, that was
versus the
most agreeable to the Heritage. Everyone liked it on the commission. So.
Yeah. So just a little color there on how we arrived at the stone.
Could I make a comment?
I'll be going through the board shortly.
Okay, it had to do with brick versus the stone.
Yes.
Don't you see, I'm viewing that we're going to have a little difference between one side of the street and the other. On the right side, we have Derry Medical Center with a brick wall all around from the next street up to, to where the building starts on Michael's Way. And we have a stone on the opposite side. I did think it looked a little skimpy compared to Derry Medical Centers, if you want to beef up that signage, because it'll look.
Yeah, we decided to keep the stone to match the building.
Right.
And as you know, Derry has that brick and also the iron kind of fence to shield their parking.
Yeah.
So we didn't think the aesthetic really worked for us there. Kelly, do you mind going back a couple slides? Thank you. We kind of thought it'd be best to keep it kind of a lower profile with the stone that matches the buildings, but, really highlight the green space and the trees, as we weren't trying to, hide anything. Ours is a little bit different of a corner.
The commission was looking for the aesthetics and how they complement each other. So, we had two meetings with them, so we saw the materials. So.
Now, the road right there is Michael's Way, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And no seating or anything for the residents there if they want to?
No, there's no
Watch
seating.
the
And again,
traffic go by or
As
anything.
Rob had alluded to, there is a pretty significant slope there.
Okay.
We do
So
think-
the slope isn't accurate as far as what we see here, or?
Yeah, it's a rendering. It's not exact one for one.
Pretty close. You can see pedestrians on the sidewalk. You're about 4.5, 5 feet, so they'll be shoulder height at the first floor. There's also existing utilities in that space, so you've got sort of some telephone control cabinets and things of that nature. So there's not a whole lot of sort of flat area in that space that would lend itself to, say, park benches or something in that space.
Okay. I was curious because I had seen zero elevation at another project, and it didn't really show accurately the 6 or 7 steps that would be needed to get into a building. So I was just asking, just for
And
reference.
we were the similar type thing. We were about six steps. One of the initial sort of presentations that we had to Heritage had steps along the front, and then when Rob and his group started going through with the accessibility, that was another discussion that had come up with Heritage was, well, we needed to make one of those accessible. And based on the configuration of the lot and the placement of those buildings, we would have needed anywhere between a 40 to 50-foot concrete ramp and switchbacks to get down
So
there.
what percentage of your first floor, I just want to see about
Yeah,
accessibility.
we'll go along with the presentation, and then I'll be going through the board. So.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, Chairman, that's really it. So the big changes were adding this stone that I know everyone was excited to see and pushing for, and that flip to the building. And then we've addressed most, if not all, of the town and the peer reviewers' comments into the plans. And a lot of those comments were not items that you'll see on an everyday plan, that were kind of more details for the plan.
Okay, what I'll do is go to our staff, we'll go to the board, and then we'll go to the public for public.
And one last thing that might want to go through is your waiver requests, Mike.
Yeah. So we do have 9 waivers that we are requesting, is based on the staff recommendations. So the first 6 are relative to site plan. The final 3 are relative to PUD conformance. I can sort of read those. The first one is to request a waiver from section 4.01.c to allow a plan scale greater than 1 inch equals 40. That is for the overall key plan and the stormwater management plan. Based on the staff reports, the staff supports granting the waiver because the plans are legible. Waiver number 2, we have requested a waiver from section 2.2.04.b.4 to provide an application fee based on development area rather than a total site. As we had mentioned before, this is a approximately 16-acre parcel that we are developing versus the 145 acres that encompass the entire PUD for Woodmont Commons. Staff has indicated that they support granting of the waiver. Waiver number 3, we have requested a waiver from section 3.06.a of the site plans to limit a portion of the private lateral sewer in Maine to have less than 5 feet of cover. We have proposed to change the material type to an SDR 26, which is a thicker pipe. We have approximately 2 lengths of lateral sewer that are less than 5 feet. Both of those will have increased material thickness as well as insulation provided. Staff has indicated that they support the granting of the waiver. Number 4, the applicant, we have requested a waiver from section 3.0.b.11 to not provide additional water quality treatment devices for stormwater. As I had mentioned, the stormwater is collected on site and discharged to 2 existing wet ponds that were designed as part of the original PUD. Our submitted material indicates that we have a net reduction in impervious material that goes to those sites. Therefore, all of the stormwater treatment has been accounted for in those 2 existing ponds. Staff report indicates that they support the granting of those waivers. Waiver number 5, we are requesting a waiver from section 4.12 of the site plan to provide an existing conditions placed on the development area rather than the total site. As we had mentioned during the subdivision as well, we are developing a small portion of the 145 acres, which is the Woodmont PUD. Staff has indicated that they would support the waiver. Waiver number 6, we have requested a waiver from section 4.12.c.13 of the site plans to use the previously prepared soil plans and not provide new SCS soils to allow for a more thorough review of our project versus what was previously approved under the PUD. We are utilizing the same information to provide our analysis. Staff supports this. The last 3 are relative to PUD conformance. Do we want to go through those, or I can have the attorney touch base on those?
If your preference, I can just confirm that, as Mike indicated, staff does support 6 waiver requests to the site plan regulations. In addition to item number, I believe it was item number 4 regarding water quality treatment on site, they also have 3-foot sumps, which is a water quality feature they can take care of immediately on the site. So we are in favor of granting all 6 waivers.
Yep, and then the next three are really within what's required of the PUD.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you'd like, I can make a few comments before the applicant.
Yes, yeah.
So I provided in the staff memorandum, I also provided a supplementary document, which is straight from the PUD regulations, specific to section 2.13, which are the planning and design principles. But what the PUD master plan states is that planning board approval of a compliance alternative is discretionary, but shall not be unreasonably withheld if the applicant has provided sufficient documentation to justify such a request. So I'll let the applicant present the information to the board, and the board should have a discussion and consider those design principles as part of your discussion, and then hear from the public, and then take a vote.
Can we vote on the 6 waivers first?
I think you should hear the public on all the waivers.
Yes, I like to get the public input first before we do the waivers.
Got it, thank you.
And then, once it comes back to us, we'll discuss the 6, and then we'll discuss the 3.
Got it, thank you.
Separate. Because the 6 deal with our site plan regs, and the other 3 deal with the regs that are in the PUD. Those two separate things that
Separate things.
we're dealing with.
Thank you.
All right, I can read the.
Continue, please.
Yep. So we're requesting a review and approval of compliance alternative from the PUD section 2.4.2, building and lots to allow 4 of the 12 residential units to be placed internally on the development area, whereas the requirement is the front facade of the structure must be between the minimum and maximum front setback lines. Waiver number 2, request a review and approval of compliance alternative, section 2.4.2, building and lots, building type multifamily to allow multifamily buildings to be oriented to the street with an articulated primary entry. On this, the primary entries are mostly towards the rear, where the parking is, which allows for screening of the parking from the roadways. Third one is the applicant has requested a review and approval of the compliance alternatives from PUD section 2.4.2, buildings and lots, building type, multifamily, to relieve the requirement that multifamilies have a street-facing entry.
Okay.
It'd be helpful, Mike, to kind of indicate what you're, where you're not meeting the requirement.
Yeah, and I can probably turn that over to Rob better on those.
Yeah, so in terms of the street fronting entry, we will not have those along Michael's Way, exactly right there. Yep. And then turning up Governor Bell as well. And on, because of the grade there, and then along the top side of Woodmont.
So again, so everybody can understand it, right? The entry should have been facing the streets, correct?
Yeah, Michael's Way and then Governor Bell.
Yeah.
And
They have simulated
correct.
entrances.
Yes.
They're not really entrances, but they look like entrances. So
Yes, and
someone driving
both-
along would,
Yeah,
think it
and
would
as
be-
Rob has indicated, the facades, whether you view it from Michael's Way or whether you view it from the internal portions of the property, the facades look identical, so it looks like it should have entries on both sides.
And there actually are doors on the Michael's Way side, they're just to service spaces. So it's not a blank wall.
simulated doorbell too.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Will this confuse like delivery drivers or people coming to the building saying, oh, this must be the entrance, it's on the street side?
No, because all the deliveries will have a central location, so there will be centralized mail at the clubhouse. So we've made provisions for drop-off, so we actually have some short-term drop-off spaces there. So there's no individual mail drop at the buildings. All the mail.
Well, for like a Uber driver who's bringing food or a delivery driver for food, would they get confused potentially by these exterior doors?
I don't believe so, because there will be wayfinding signage, and the main entrance will be indicated as being adjacent to the clubhouse.
Question, Mr. Chair? So along Governor Bell Drive, if I'm looking at, the worksheet you gave me, the last page, page 16, the rear elevation, is that what I would be looking at when I'm on Governor Bell Drive? That might be a him question.
Is this what you're referring to?
No, it's the last page of their,
This-
this one, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, so that bottom right picture, it says rear elevation. Is that the elevation I would be seeing from Governor Bell Drive?
That's correct, yep.
Okay. I'm seeing that from the parking lot side.
Right. The only difference, I mean, the sidewalk would come out where it's actually literally the entrance to the building for residents. It would look fairly similar to that.
Is there does this stone facade follow the Governor Bell side of these buildings?
Just the building, if you go back to the site plan, just the building that turns up off of the intersection of Michael's, that one,
So
and the clubhouse.
so the top right one and those back two would not have any sort of stone on the road facing side.
That's correct.
I'm understanding.
That's correct.
That's a problem. I understand it's not the main Michael's Way, but I feel as though we should have a consistent stone face on anything you're looking at from the road. We should be seeing a stone facade and not just a clapboard facade. So to that, this bottom right picture, if you will, should have, I understand that's the elevation from, I guess, inside, but if I'm on a road, I think everything aesthetically should be the same as what it looks like on the front side of Michael's Way.
I agree.
Because eventually,
It's gonna build out.
development will go
Yeah,
that way. and it
correct.
will still be very, very visible. Yeah.
Correct.
So how does the board feel about that?
I agree.
I think it's a great catch.
Yep.
I think it wasn't obvious to me, and then I think it's a great catch. I think it's similar to a waterfront property where you need two fronts.
Correct.
And I think this is no exception, including the ones on Woodmont Ave. Woodmont, Governor Bell,
Yeah, anything you can
And
see
Michael's
from a
Way.
roadway. Yeah.
from a street people driving by should see the pretty side, not the back of a building that isn't being used.
And
And
I would
that's
also,
very similar to what was done with the DMC building, which is why it looks the way it does. Because the real entrance is not on Michael's Way, the real entrance is on the parking lot side. So there's really two fronts to that building as well. So I think that's a great catch.
and Mr. Chair, I'd like to add that it not just be the end caps, it be that whole 2 floors be stone. I think it's
So it'll be-
just silly to just do those end caps of stone.
So that bottom right picture, anywhere you see gray on the first 2 floors, so not inside of the, well, I guess you could call those balconies, but the rest of it you would want to see as a stone.
Yes.
How about the parking garages in the backs? Because on, what's the name of the street that's perpendicular to Michael's Way? There's a couple of garages lining that street, the back end of the garages. Something should be done there, too, to give some feature on that side.
Yeah, I think we're going to need input what's going to happen there in the future, if there is going to be a street there, or if there isn't.
I don't so much have a problem with the interior features,
Yeah.
because the general public isn't necessarily gonna see.
Talk about the
Well,
ones
actually,
on there.
those two they will.
Those two,
Those 2 garages, they would,
Yeah,
good.
yeah, but the
maybe not
interior
today,
too,
but
not as
down the
much.
road they would.
However, I think, to Ted's point, to make,
Right on that corner.
you're talking about a total design change. If you do the stone, I think it should look the same on both, the front and the back should both look like the front. I don't have a problem with just the end, and I'm looking at the photo now on page 10. If that's whichever side that is that I'm looking at,
That's what you want to see on.
I think is what we should see. And so that's a design feature to have the stone on the outside pieces and then the clapboards on the inside with the board and batten. I think that creates architectural interest, and I think that's a good feature. And I would not want to fill where the gray clapboards are with stone. I think that would be too much, and I think that takes away from the architectural interest. One person's opinion.
I think that's fair, but I would agree, whether it's the front or the back of the building, they're the same.
Should look the same.
Yes,
Because this is in the board's domain to.
correct.
Because this is a high-end development, you know?
Yes, yes. Yeah, 'cause
Should
we gotta
look
think
at-
about what the public is gonna see. The tenants that are in there are gonna see something different, and how important that is probably to question anyway, but most of our design is what the public sees, so.
And if you look at the current residential building that's in this PUD right now, there's really two fronts. The back where where everybody parks, which is really their main entrance, is the front, but then it's the front or the back, which I don't know which one it is. But then you go to the other side, and it's also pretty. Both sides should be pretty.
Yeah, I agree.
Does the board agree with that?
I agree.
I agree with Tony.
Definitely.
Yeah, we good.
I have a question, though, on the northeast corner of the lot. Sure, so it should be that, not that one, that would be the northeast corner, that where you're pointing, no, where it was, no, a little farther over, right there.
That's west.
That's west.
That's east.
It's planned
That-
northwest.
Okay, right there, yeah. Is there a 10-foot drop from the building to the street at that corner? I looked at the topography, I thought I saw that.
Significant grade change.
There is significant grade change there.
Can't tell.
I looked at the big plans with the
that's why.
topography on it.
Yeah.
There is about an 8-foot differential between the buildings,
What was it?
about 8 feet.
Thank you.
So what's the distance between the building and the sidewalk versus the elevation?
So we're within the 25 feet, so it's probably 25, it's probably almost 30 feet.
From the corner of the building
Yeah.
to the sidewalk?
Yeah. Because we're within the 5 and 25 foot max. So the building is set just about 25 feet from the property line, and then there's another only 8 feet from the property line to the back of the sidewalk.
Okay. I just don't want this to look like it's not, it's putting its back to the public, you know? Some interest on the walkable side of the
Yeah.
building, so.
We do have landscaping that's on that side to soften that up. We do need to adjust the grade a little bit, because one of the comments that had come back from the reviewer was the potential of making that stone, and we don't agree with, the slope dictates that it needs to be stone, but I think we need to do something so that it's not, because we don't want crushed stone or riprap on the back of that building. So we'll adjust that grade there so that we can maintain it as green and maintain the landscaping in that area.
Okay.
Yes,
I do think that, so up in the corner of Governor Bell and Woodmont, there's a garage right there. What is that going to look like facing the road? Is that just a the backside of a garage, or is that going to also have a similar facade?
It would be the typical back of the garage that's pictured in the plan, in the package somewhere.
Yeah,
It's
there's
not in this
there's more.
presentation.
One's along where the fire road is.
No, we don't have that in the
Yeah.
presentation now.
Don't have it?
It's part of this minute. It is the clapboard siding.
You gotta realize, that's the face to the public,
Yeah.
you know?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is
Yeah.
it's facing it's gonna be a.
I think it would be something where it's not clapboard all the way down, and maybe that stone follows, you know, the first 3 or 4 feet, whatever the standard height is of a veneer before you get to your clapboard is gonna dress it up. I mean, that looks like it's,
It's a very visible spot.
yeah, how far off of, I'm gonna move my thing here. How far off of the sidewalk is the closest point of that, garage?
It's probably closer to 12 to 14 feet.
12 feet, okay. So it's certainly pretty close to the road. I think it's you know, I think it shouldn't just follow for that one, but all of them in general, should have that stone veneer follow through. When I say all of them, I'm talking all the exterior ones. I think there's 2
Ones that
along.
face the roadway.
There's 2, I think, along the, if you're looking down at the map, the left side. They should be, you know, have that same character to them because they are along the roadway.
Yeah,
I
they're
can
not back
understand-
alleys,
I can
they're
understand
main
if the
roads.
interior ones are all clapboard, I get that, but,
So 3 of the garages would need to be dressed up on the backside.
yeah,
The 2 that are butt into each other, where there may or may not be a road later, and then the one on Woodmont Ave and Governor Bell need to have the same dressing so that the
Correct.
general public is not seeing the back of something. They're
correct.
seeing something that's dressed, that looks professional, like the
Correct.
rest of the development. And I will say, again, one person's opinion, this is a good-looking development. This is about as good as you can get, in my opinion, for something like this. I think you've done a great job. But let's put a bow around it and make it even a little bit better.
I think what we're looking for is the continuity, because definitely it's upscale, it looks beautiful. You know, I think that's what we're trying to adhere to, you know, what,
Yeah, I
we
think.
regards as, you know, standards for Woodmont, you know, not necessarily specific
Yeah,
Woodmont
no, and
standards, but how the master plan has been set up for.
Sure, yeah. You know, and as you know, Chairman, from Heritage, when you talk about the standards and the guidelines, so, you know, brick or stone is not a requirement of the design guidelines. You know, we listened to the comments, right? We knew at first everyone was kind of talking about Michael's being the focal point. You know, we thought we came up with a really, you know, good scheme there, and I do think candidly, and I'll let Rob kind of speak to this, I don't think having all stone there helps. I think you do need the articulation that helps break that up, so doing that all stone, I think that will make it look worse.
No, I agree with what Tony had brought up of, you know, where the stone is in the design makes sense. I agree with that.
You know, and so I think we hear you that, look, coming down, you know, from Main Street onto Governor Bell, you'll have the stone on the amenity building as well as the one on the corner, not really the corner, but towards Governor Bell and Michael's Way. And I think it does make sense to add the stone on the caps on that building. You know, I think we could look to do that. I think these garages may be better suited, especially if it's only a small band. There will be landscaping around that, so if there is a small band, that's probably gonna be hidden by landscaping regardless. You know, we're trying to balance, you know, a project that makes sense all around, right? And so, you know, we kind of looked at Michael's Way as being that focal point and dressing it up and, you know, expanding that along Governor Bell. We don't think it makes sense to do brick on the non-visible side, right? I think we still have an attractive building. This is not vinyl siding. We're not doing just a monotone color. We still think it's a great color scheme that works. And again, we're staying within the guidelines, and we're trying to go above and beyond by, you know, now adding 5 buildings with stone, with real stone, which is, you know, significantly more expensive. So we're trying to balance a little bit of both and provide it where we can and where we think it makes sense and elevates the project and the town's appearance for that project. but it is a balancing act that we are trying to maintain.
I would be okay with keeping the stone on the public-facing side and keeping the inside as.
Because the public faces are the ones that were supposed to be featured in the original concept. So you're putting the backside of buildings to the public instead. So you have to dress it up.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of backside, I don't know if they're backside. They are identical. There just won't be access to them, right? They are.
Right. I totally understand what you're saying, but those are public streets, private streets, but
yeah.
people be walking them.
Sure.
You want to put your face forward on all four sides.
Yep.
And not skimp out.
I think, so there's the genesis of where a lot of the community is at with this entire project. This is a PUD, which technically is private, but open to the public. And so the general public stand on Michael's Way some afternoon and have your lunch and see how many cars are coming down Michael's Way on a typical day. It is what's turning into a major thoroughfare because it's open to the public, and you have people coming into the project from both ends, sometimes cutting through. And the same thing is going to happen on Woodmont Avenue, Governor Bell. There's going to be a lot of general public, not more than just the people that live in the project.
Of course, yeah.
Correct. And so what we're trying to say is, we want the general public to not be, it would be the same as if, let's use Market Basket because it's easy fodder. If Michael's Way was on the back side of Market Basket where all the tractor trailers come in or whatever, we would be having the same conversation, because we don't want the general public going past the ugly, back of a grocery store. And this is no different. So there's got to be a way where it can be done, whether you put faux windows on the back of those garages, or whatever, to dress it up, to make it not look like the back of a building.
A shed.
Or the back of a shed, or.
Yeah, and I think for the garages, I'll start with the garages, is that we were thinking some vegetation to kind of help.
And that's a good start.
Block
but-
those, right?
Not during the winter.
But it's
You
not.
know, I don't think, I do think candidly, we did take a good design look, and I won't take it personal. I didn't design it, the architect. I mean, I don't think our buildings are ugly on either side, right? I still think there's some good articulation, some good material, some good color changes in it, and it has a little vibrant pop to it. So I don't know if comparing it to the back of a retail building is
I
appropriate.
think it's articulated and accented a little, presentation for the public.
I don't think it's necessary, so, listen, I don't think it's necessarily ugly. Maybe ugly is the wrong word, but I don't think it fits the character of what we're trying to do here.
Exactly.
I think that I think it's a pretty reasonable request for, again, you have to look at this of, there is no real backside, the road side of things, and I guess we should stop calling it fronts and backs. Roadside and inside the development side. We gotta look at the big picture here and not just Michael's Way. So, I think it's an appropriate request. I can tell you, I don't know that I'd be okay with this if it's not, so.
Sure, yeah, and I'm happy to, have David come up. Again, we looked at the design guidelines, right, and we're within the design guidelines. I think we're going significantly above them. I think if it really will please the board, I think it does make sense to do Woodmount, right? While there's not much traffic on that road today, right, there could be once the Baldwin delivers, and, who knows what other retail and properties will come as a result of having this property there.
We're planning on
It is going to
more.
grow.
We're definitely.
Because in the master plan, it's designed to be a community center to draw people in.
Yep.
Because there'll be retail, there'll be restaurants, there'll be, movie theater, there'll be concerts and things like that, it'll draw people in, so there'll be a lot of people eventually, as it grows, it's gonna come in, and, it'll be it'll be the centerpiece or part of it. So, I think it's very worthwhile to have something that, really hits the eye good, and I think you really are on the way to something terrific, so.
Well,
And you'll get a lot of exposure with this building.
Mr. Chair?
In the public too, that people will be visiting our town because of Woodmont Commons and seeing your building.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yes.
So as the applicant represented, this is within the design guidelines for the PUD master plan. What I'm hearing from the board is they're strongly encouraging the applicant to add stone to the buildings that are facing the road on the exterior of the site. I would just caution the board about if and when you make a decision about how you're basing that decision for this evening.
Okay, yeah, we're in the middle of this is really a discussion between you and I. It's like a conceptual discussion. We haven't reached any definite conclusions, but I think there's a common theme that's coming from this board, and we just have to better define.
I think we are willing to do those 3 buildings, right, on the outside, right? I think we all agree that that is the primary piece that we're concerned with is the public's view and the kind of the eye candy as you come, whether you're a resident or a public, right, from whichever way you may come.
Yeah.
So we had initially done 4 buildings. This would look to add another 3.
Yes.
I do think still, in terms of the garages, if it was only a lower band, it would be hidden completely by vegetation, so I don't think that makes sense to do it. if you're not
I
gonna see
know,
it.
last month we had a, much smaller multifamily, and the front was sideways to the road, but the front, we kind of wanted dressed up some, and what they had proposed was vegetation, that kind of, smoothed it out, so it didn't look so,
I think that's what we would look to do, especially on that hard corner of Woodmount and Governor Bell, right, is almost similar to this corner where we have, a little bit more plantings and whatnot. We would look to see and work with the grade to do the best to kind of visually soften, a back of a garage.
Was it an 8-foot grade change?
That's on the other
On the-
corner.
yeah.
We do have a tree program right there on that hard corner you can see on the plan, so.
Yeah.
On that,
For what it's worth, I do agree. Somebody mentioned, it might have been Mike, I do agree that putting riprap or something on that hill is not gonna be, is gonna look very industrial, I guess would be the word for it. I think. you
Yeah,
brought it
there's a small corner on that building that exceeds what the town has for requirements for
Yeah.
grassed, which there's things we can do to adjust that. I don't want to put stone on that corner. That's not going to look nice.
I have a question, and I think it feeds off what Kelly was talking about. To put this stone on both sides of your buildings, what's the financial impact versus putting it on one side? Do you have a
I
ballpark
don't
figure
have
of what
it.
it would
I can tell,
cost?
I can tell you since we started this project 2 years ago, things have not moved in a better direction. I'm sure everyone's kind of well aware of what's been going on.
What are you talking about?
So it does add up. And as I'd kind of mentioned before, right, we're building this community not only for the public, but for the residents, right? And, I think we put a lot of emphasis on making the buildings look attractive, but also what's their living experience like when they're living there inside the unit, right? And so, that's another balancing act is where did we spend the development? On making their living experience pleasurable or, the outside appearance, right? And so that's all kind of part of the balancing, so.
Okay, well, Kelly mentioned, and you had mentioned you meet the guidelines, so you also mentioned you might be willing to do, what, 3 buildings?
Yeah, so we would look to kind of complete what is facing the public streets right now. So the 2 on Woodmount Ave, as well as that 3rd building on Governor Bell.
Okay. So you would
Which
be,
would now be, 7 of the buildings where, in our opinion, the 4 was above and beyond what is in the design guidelines. And now, we're doing the majority.
So you would be comfortable financially with doing those 3 buildings?
Yeah, if that's what it's going to take from this board, we would be willing to work with you there. I mean, look, we've always wanted to work with you from the beginning, right? And, we want to build something, right, that we're proud of and that, Wood Partners' name is on and that the community's proud of, the residents are proud of. Every stakeholder involved is proud of what is being accomplished, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think we can come to an agreement anyway, with the.
On the
And I
garage,
think to Jake's point, again, we would look to supplement those garages with strong vegetation.
I don't think that cuts it. Maybe a third of the wall, stone, something to give the back of those buildings, I should say the garages, some interest. Because that's going to be, half the streetway with garages there, back into the garages.
What's the height of the garages? The eave height? 8 feet?
I was gonna say 8 or 10
Are they
feet,
shed
right?
roofs?
Eve is around
Give
8.5.
it- Yeah, 8.5, give or take. So if you dressed up the corner of Governor Bell and Woodmont, you have a whole corner there, you can soften that building up quite a bit with some vegetation, something with some significance, some 10-foot, 12-foot arborvitaes, or something like that to take down.
Make it
Some
feel
of
less
the-
like there's a garage on top of the side of the
Yeah,
road.
yeah, and I'd be satisfied with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I think
I'd agree.
that's acceptable.
I would agree.
Yep, so I think at least the majority of the board is in agreement here.
Can we just get for clarification, maybe Kelly, you can just scroll over them so we can all see them. I think we all do, but just for clarification, what buildings would have our stone sides on them? So obviously the 3 on Michael's Way, the 2 on the back of Woodmont, and the 2 on Governor Bell, and then obviously the clubhouse itself, which there is a rendering in here that does show that you have a stone
Base, and then-
facade
yeah.
to it, yeah.
Now, the ones on the left side in the picture up there, what's happening to the back of those? Just they're going to be clapboards or whatever? Okay, then maybe you should put some detail on the garages, so that won't look like just a mass of clapboard on that side. Something, add some
Yeah,
interest.
I mean, for now, right, there's
nobody
just
saying
that shed there and dirt. We don't know when that road is going to be completed, but I think we would look to do the same thing and soften that as well with vegetation when the time
Yeah.
is appropriate.
Yeah, I think because I know with the, last month the plan, I think the vegetation helped quite a bit, because with the vegetation, anything you spend money on to make it look, pretty or whatever, is gonna end up getting hidden, so, it's almost kind of for naught.
Vegetation takes more maintenance.
Kelly, could you put up the, I don't have it in here, can you put up the garage detail again? Thank you. I just thinking about something, but it's there, so, thank you.
It's only 8 feet tall, which is about the height of that soffit right there.
What's the top picture up there?
That's the clubhouse.
Side of the clubhouse.
Oh,
yeah.
okay, I'm looking for the garages then.
The garage
Yeah,
is the
that's-
one on the bottom.
Down here.
That's the backside, the bottom picture, right?
Yeah, it's tough.
So you're going to have 2 long buildings like that on the
There's, well,
backside?
on Governor Bell and Woodmount, there's one, right?
Right,
And the other 2, right now, there's nothing there.
It'll face the
an
sort of
empty lot.
commercial-looking warehouse that
It'll
sits on
face,
Pillsbury.
yeah, it'll face the Woodmont
facing the
Orchard
warehouse.
building.
right, but is warehouse going to stay?
I don't know what the plans are for that. side
Right,
of the
and
stuff.
there's space in
Yeah,
between, too.
As far as we know, it'll probably stay, but who knows? I mean, it could change, or whoever,
We can't comment on that.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly.
That's future,
Can't comment
so
on
things are gonna change there anyway, so.
Right, I know, but most likely a road will be going in there.
I think that's only an assumption, so it's.
Can we dress up that one, Mark, up on the top corner?
Yeah, that, in terms of on building?
That, I think that the one garage is what we're still caught up on, right?
Yeah, and I think if we add landscaping to that, any stone feature where you're only 8 feet, It's going to be disproportional to get anything that's going to be noticeable.
I think that-
We'd have a better impact putting some higher,
I think a really good landscape architect could do
Yeah,
amazing
could do a
things
good
with that
job
corner.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
hear that, Jackie? You're good.
I think we accomplished something. This is a discussion the board needed to have on, with Woodmont. But I think what I'll do is continue where we had left off.
Are we doing any other questions, or you want to wait for more questions?
We'll wait, because I want staff input, we'll do board input, and we do public input, so.
One comment that I have got to make, though, is again, hearing all the discussion, I think it would be beneficial to highlight where that stone is going to be.
I agree.
Because it's going to be a nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We'll make sure the plans that highlights where.
So,
We can probably do that on the PUD disturbance plan, we can highlight
Yep.
that.
yeah,
Probably
so
the
that
best place to
everybody's
do that.
on board with, because there's a lot of
There's a
discussion
lot of
back
fronts
and
and
forth.
backs and corners and sides.
Yeah, and you know me, I don't care about what it looks like.
Just to fully clarify, so adding vegetation on these, on the westerly side around these garages, adding vegetation along this garage on the northeast side of the site, and adding stone to these two buildings along Woodmont Ave, and these three on Governor Bell?
It's technically 2 on Governor
Two.
Bell, because that middle one is the clubhouse, so it's already represented,
Clubhouse or something like that.
in a stone, yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
But
then
it's a
those
stone
corners
that-
on Michael's Way and Governor Bell already look like they have stone on,
This one now?
on them, so.
Yeah, so it'll be additional of 3 buildings on the street-facing side.
To be consistent with the other buildings.
Yeah, but again, though, it's not stone, it's just these ends. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying it's.
Yes, staff's in conference at the moment, so.
The other two PUD requests, compliance alternatives, staff, the board was happy with those?
They haven't voted.
No,
You want
but
to go
it-
through DR comments?
I will, but again, I'm just giving them the opportunity to address the other two alternatives that they're requesting. Because really, we beat on one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have to do
Specific to
I
the
think it was the big one anyway, so.
You guys are all comfortable with the other two?
Yeah.
Could I ask what that blue mass is behind the clubhouse?
The swimming pool?
The
Swimming
in-ground
pool?
swimming pool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We got Kelly to go yet.
I'll go through some of the design review items. Item number 7, we're requesting that they provide the legend that shows and describes
Can't
each
go all
symbol
the way around that
and
pool
abbreviation
someway.
used on each sheet. Item 8, we're requesting that they label the match lines. 9 is to show the appropriate benchmarks. 10 is to add the approval block. Item 11 are comments related to the existing conditions plan, such as the owner's signature, labeling existing features out on the site, or excuse me, on the plan. Item 12 are comments to the layout and materials plan, such as providing adequate turnaround space in each dead-end parking lot per the regulations, providing handicap parking spaces with dimensions conforming to the site plan regulations, labeling the proposed bicycle parking. We're asking that they review the parking summary chart showing the number of parking spaces per garage unit. We're also asking that they label the driveway throat widths to conform with that, confirm that the proposed drive widths will match the proposed aisle widths on Woodmont Ave, Michael's Way, and Governor Bell Drive. Lastly, to provide a note explaining the timing and completion of the adjacent infrastructure. Item 14 are comments related to the grading and drainage plans. As Mike indicated, we have made a recommendation to riprap that 2-to-1 slope. As he indicated, they're looking at regrading that area. We're asking that they provide a driveway apron detail, clearly showing the grading supporting the drainage intent at the intersections with the streets. Don't want a puddle there. We're requesting that they provide a detail for the depicted outlet swale for flared end section number 1.
Can we just touch on that one for a minute? We don't have a swale. We had sort of discussed that, and we may be able to just handle that, John, with you.
Yeah, we're not going to debate it now, Mike?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Item 15 are comments to the utility plans, ensuring that there's a minimum of 18 inches separation between the water, sewer, and drainage pipes. Item 16 are comments to the landscaping plan. Evidently, there's a plant that's being proposed that's not allowed per the regulations. The applicant should verify that the proposed lighting does not conflict with the proposed landscaping, and with a number of comments related to the drainage report. And lastly, on the traffic generation memorandum, the applicant has adequately shown that there are still significant reserve trips available for future site proposals based on a comparison of what was originally anticipated in the 2016 traffic analysis and what was already been built and is currently under construction. However, the Alta residential development will replace the original proposed 20 residential units with 15,775 square feet of retail, or they're replacing that with 264 residential units, which is presumed to create a significant increase in generated trips by comparison. This increase in trips for this development block may require a reduction in development intensity in future blocks to balance the increased trips from what was anticipated in the latest PUD conformance plan. The applicant has noted that the owner, Pillsbury Development, plans to perform a more comprehensive update to the traffic accounting of the broader PUD, which will provide a series of traffic counts and projections for remaining infill development, which this applicant feels will provide the most accurate representation of the comparison of the actual trip rate for the PUD versus the previously calculated estimates. Bottom line is, back when they did the traffic study, they had made a wild guess what was going to be, or not a wild guess, it was based on the original PUD, figured out what the traffic generation was. Now that things have really come into life, things are changing a bit. So commercial is going away, 20 units of 20 residential units are gone away. Now we get 264, that number. So next time that Woodmont comes in, we need them to analyze their traffic, basically. Just re-look in their crystal ball. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, John. Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to highlight some of the outstanding design review comments, including providing any draft easement and legal documents. Any signage will be subject to additional review and permitting, primarily from the building department. The Heritage recommended, and this is consistent with the board's recent discussion, that the 3 remaining buildings on Governor Bell and Woodmont Ave be faced with stone to match the buildings on Michael's Way. The fire department has made comments stating that they approve of the layout of the buildings on the western side, and there are a couple of outstanding comments related to fire hydrants, and they're within 100 feet of the fire department connection to the building. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We'll go through the board and then to the public. So I'll start with Ann.
Just a quick question, which one's General Stark Drive? And under the fire department, it says the grade in the rear of the building.
That's the future road on the western side.
That's a hypothetical,
Hypothetical future.
future.
Road along the western side, where
Thoroughfare.
those 2 garages are.
Okay, they call it General Stark Drive. Remember General Stark and his relationship to Londonderry. Let's honor him with a good view, put it that way.
Okay, Tony.
I'm so glad I'm here.
Isn't this fun?
So as I said before, I, as one person, I really believe this is pretty much as good as you can get for this type of a densely populated area, and a relatively small site plan. One question I had, because I'm late to the party here, this project is all ages, including children? Yes?
Yeah, there's no age restrictions.
And market rate?
Yes, sir.
Then the fire department is okay with this, the traffic flow? Fire department's already looked at it, yes? I'm looking at
Yes.
Brian.
Yeah, we provided truck turning movement so they can circumnavigate with
Thank
the
you.
apparatus.
Appreciate that. And so the last item is, do you know, or have you addressed the fact that if you're going to have children in this development, do you understand that the school district in Londonderry does not drive buses on private roads, ever? And it has not gone well for developers who have approached the school district to try and get them to do that. I'm not speaking for them, I'm just telling you anecdotally and historically what has happened. And so, for anybody who has been down Michael's Way since Derry Medical Center opened, all of those parking spaces on Michael's Way are being used by employees, which makes the road really show how narrow it is. There's no bus coming down there, for sure. My suggestion to you would be to contact the school district yesterday, because we're here today, and figure out how you're gonna do it. I will tell you, on the most recent bus debacle, there was a lean-to shed type building put out near the main road on Mammoth Road, so that the children had a place to congregate waiting for the bus, and then the bus stayed on the main road, stopped on the main road to pick them up. That could be an option for you. Again, I'm not gonna speak for them, I have no authority to speak for them, but I am telling you that you have a problem if there's gonna be children in this development, because they're gonna be walking to Gilchrist.
Yeah, I think there's currently like
Pillsbury.
14,
Pillsbury,
15.
thank you.
14, 15 students in our school system that live in Woodmont. I mean, it's been much less than had been originally estimated for school population.
Yeah,
coming-
so I think they're using,
from
what
there.
did you say the other night, .068 or
The
.067?
New Hampshire Housing Finance Authority recommends using .17
.17,
per
okay,
unit, .17 children per unit,
got it.
which
So,
amounts to about 45 children for this development,
yeah.
approximately.
And so, the other thing that started to happen was there started to be some disclosures for some of these developments as well, so that people know when they're moving in, that a bus not coming right to the building. So, anyway, that's all I had. Thank you. It's a great project.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Lynn?
Just a question for John, no issues with sewer capacity?
No, no with this one.
Great, thanks. That's it.
Al?
Yeah, I agree with Tony. I think it's a great project. I'm happy you're willing to spend a little with us and do 3 buildings with the stone and vegetation, so I thank you for that, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Hey, Ted?
So I was going through your project list of other sites across the country, and you do have sites that are wrapped completely in brick or stone, and that are currently in development or not fully built yet. Is there, I mean, any big reason to not have them on the internal sides of the building, of the plan site?
Can I just respond to that, or just on pure architectural terms and not forget cost altogether? I think having a wrapper around the whole site, and I think putting the 2 on Woodmont and the additional one on Governor Bell is a good decision that we all have agreed to. Having that as an exterior wrap, which then evolves into something different on the interfacing courtyards of the buildings, is much better than just taking the same material and duplicating on the inside, because then it's going to lose the presence of a building with 2 different faces to it, which I think is important. So I'm all for keeping it separate and not confusing front and back anymore, as has been talked about, by having the same material come around and capture the inner caps. I think having an exterior and an interior face is actually beneficial.
Okay.
Okay, Jason?
you know, had a lot of discussions here, but overall, I think this is a really nice looking development, and I think adding the stone on the roadside is a very good compromise, so I appreciate that.
Appreciate that, yeah.
Jake?
I'd have to echo that. One thing just for clarification, and I can see where you're talking about highlighting it, is the front side does have a dimension, and you've talked very literally of the front side, but it really is 3 sides of each of the 2 sides of the building. So when you look at the picture here, we've got stone on the front, stone on the return, and stone on the return. To see that through.
Number is that one, Jake?
This is page 10. So something that's got a little bit of dimension to it. You can see right here, you know, I'm not talking just the front of the building, but I'm
The
this
return.
side,
It's
that
the
side,
cap
and the
piece.
return,
Yeah,
just
that
so we
whole
can
cap.
all be
Yeah,
on
yeah.
the same page about it.
That's exactly
Thank
what
you.
my point was.
Yes, so where you're going with
We
that.
wanted it to feel like a volume, not just applique.
Not just, we did the front of the building. Yeah.
Good, good.
So with that, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
think it's fair and reasonable for everybody.
Yes, I think we have an agreement, which is the best way to arrive at things anyway, so, just a sec, Ted. But I think it is good, and I think definitely it'll be a benefit to both the town and to Woodmont. And I think the way things are going, I'm sure as soon as you open it, it'll probably be filled, so. Okay, Ted?
I have one last question. I'm not really seeing much of a detail in the plans unless it's further down. Do you have much of a detailed design or images of what the pool area and what looks like the common green will look like?
Yeah, we haven't designed it, you know, it'll have, you know, obviously it's an expansive courtyard, you know, we'll probably have some lawn games. We always have outdoor grills and kind of hangout area seating. So there'll be kind of a transition from the amenity building to the patio with the pool area, say fenced in, and then the courtyard. So you can expect, you know, kind of lounge type area. There will be a lot of just dedicated green space with nothing for kind of movement. But there will be kind of that connectivity from the indoor space to the patio, the hardscape, to the pool, and kind of a soft transition to, you know, amenities for the residents to use.
And the amenities, that'll all be included within each unit's rent? It won't be an additional fee?
Correct. You know, inside the amenity building, we'll have, you know, as Robert alluded to, mail and package, right? So there'll be one central drop-off. You know, we have a gym, club room, you know, there'll be some space for work from home. You know, we'll have our leasing office and our management team in there as well.
All set, Ted? Okay. Are there any abutters or any member of the public have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to this site plan at Woodmont? Yes, sir. Name and address, please, sir.
Jim Butler, 5A Danbury Court. I've been watching this and been part of this Woodmont Commons since its beginning. And the master plan went into effect, I think it was in 2013.
Yes.
So we're 20 years into it. So, you know, there were a few things that I questioned. Can you go to the corner? Street corner view?
There you go.
There are a few things that, that I questioned and I was concerned about. I had to go back to the manual, which is 10 years old, and that makes me 10 years older. And there was some clarification there. When we start to talk about the end units, this is the end unit. You see how that stone wraps around that? I would suggest that all the units wrap around. In other words, not the back. Back's a compromise. I agree with you. I think that if I was gonna compromise, forget about the stone on the back of the buildings. I understand that. But when it starts to wrap, I would like to see some stone on the end of the units. Not all of it, doesn't have to be all of it, but somehow stop it so it rolls in. One of the things, and Ted, you were on charrettes. And you were on the charrettes 13, 14 years ago. I think most of you were.
2010.
This was, the way
Duane
this
Associates or what?
looked was a big concern
Yep.
with the residents and the citizens of Londonderry. So I would suggest, can you bring up the site plan, please? There's a little contention. This is a primary road. Doesn't say it on the plans, but on the master plan, they dictate the type of road schemes that we have. So that's a primary road, that's a secondary road, that's a secondary road. There's a curb cut there, and there appears to be a road that's gonna go in. Okay. So,
That's the General Stark
General
Drive.
Stark, thank you
Yes.
very much. So you don't have to think about it, but we do. When that road goes in, there are different road type frontages. There's different building set frontages. And the master plan.
Jim, could you come to the microphone? You can carry it with you.
Thing I could put on.
We need a portable one, or a couple
You
portable
know,
ones.
in the master plan, and you have to understand, a lot of residents that have moved in, they don't even know there's a master plan exists, or they haven't even seen it. And because I hadn't looked at it in 10 years, I said, boy, I gotta go back and look at it. So for someone that doesn't know how to read plans, or someone that may know how to read plans, this can be they can get lost on it real quick. And for instance, as far as there's different street types. You know, what type of street types are surrounding this property? Maybe Wood Partners doesn't have to worry about it, but we do, because it's all part of the project. And those type of street scenes and street, whether it's a public frontage or whether it's a private frontage, there's a lot of things that go in to make up those roads. Some don't have landscaping, some do have landscaping. So my concern is where General Stark isn't on the plan, once that goes in, what are we gonna see? What's gonna be the view that the citizens that drive down or walk down or bike down that road, what are we gonna see? I'll tell you what we're gonna see. We're gonna see, is this the back of the building or the front of the building? Did you plan on stoning this side?
No.
Probably not. I understand why you don't want it. You know why? I'll tell you, what it boils down to is these buildings are gonna be here, what, 75, 100 years? You know what it boils down to? Money. That's what it boils down to, at least in my opinion. And I like Wood Partners. I've actually done jobs with you guys. But that's what it boils down to. The back of those buildings should be stone. Because once that road goes in, what would the people, you know, we work on this, we work on this, we work on this. When the street goes in, someone's gonna sit there and go, shoot, we missed it.
Exactly.
And it's all about.
Microphone. You can pick it up and carry it.
And so I'm looking ahead. Now, I don't know who owns the road. I don't know what the discussion of the road is on. But if a road goes in there, that's what we're gonna look at. People are gonna be driving down there, see the back of garages, and they're gonna see the back of a building. I have a real problem with that. I think we should stone those buildings. I think they've done a great job. We talked about brick, we talked about stone, and you know, they came to the plate with the stone. They didn't have a sample at the Heritage meeting, and because I'm 10 years older, make sure I'm calling the right shot. They didn't have stone sample at the meeting.
Yes, the
And
second time they did, I think.
And they dropped it off actually to the planning department. And the Heritage Commission was supposed to go up there and look at it. I don't know if everyone went up there, but I know I did.
You did, yeah.
And, you know, I've been in the business. The stone that they show, from my opinion, is very mechanical looking. And if you saw the sample, I know they probably don't have one here. It's minor thing, we can probably get around that. It's not real stone. It's concrete, which is not unusual. It's that, those type of products, the concrete products that are looking like stone, has taken off. It's more cost-effective. Stone is a lot of money. Could be $50, $60 a square foot. This is a lot different. But, so it's concrete-based, and in my opinion, and I've looked at the sample, I didn't see it at the Heritage meeting, that it's very mechanical. And how we...
You're saying it's very regular in design.
It's a spray, I think that's a spray application. In other words, how they get that color in there, I think it's a sprayed-on application. I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe. Tony would know. Maybe what we want to do to take a look at it is request a field panel. Doesn't have to be a big field panel, because I'll tell you what, and I carried around, that's why my arms are long, between brick samples, stone samples, tile samples. These little sample boards, you know, they'll give you a little overview, but not really. When Market Basket went in, they did a field panel for approval. So I really think that, in my opinion, and you guys are making the decision, not me, I would request a field panel because I think you may think once it's up and it's grouted and the joints are mortared, you may think a little differently. That's my opinion. So what I suggest is that the stone wraps here, wraps around here, wraps around here, wraps around here. They show it here, wraps around here, wraps around there. I know I don't have the microphone. Wraps around there, wraps around there, wraps around there, wraps around there, and wraps around there. That's what I think we should do. As far as the garages go, we can agree to disagree. I don't have a problem with that. That's obvious. I would put a wainscot of that stone on the bottom side of those garages.
Thank you.
That's an aesthetic view, and what happens is we're seeing this, it's continuity. We're seeing this, all you're gonna do is see a backside of a barn, that's it. And landscaping is gonna come into play here too, no doubt about it. But I would wrap that, I would wrap that one, and I would wrap that one. And the other thing too is, I wanna see what the landscape plan here is. Because my concern is we could be driving down that road, and we're gonna be looking at the backside of the building, that hopefully we can come to an agreement, that's up to you guys, that they're gonna face it like the other buildings. But it's not the front of the building. It's not the front of the building. So I certainly hope this, this goes forward. I would like to make some suggestions to the board concerning how some of the plans are labeled. Like WC1, does anyone know what WC1 is?
Yep.
You do?
I do.
A lot of people that are either coming online and watching this going, well, where's this? WC1. If you go to here, it'll tell you what it is. And I think we need to, marry some of this stuff, have a white page or something.
It's all these blocks, WC1 is one of them.
And it's like, okay, where does this land? Someplace it should say WC1, so people know. Go look up WC1. I know it.
Yeah, it's all laid out
Most
in
of
the
you
master
guys know
plan.
it, But a lot of people at home, and a lot of the new people that have moved in town, they don't. I wish you gentlemen the luck. Hopefully, we'll be able to work together.
Well, the Woodmont master plan and the town master plan are on our webpage, so.
Jim,
Yes, ma'am.
can I ask you a question? Do you mind if I ask
I don't know if I
Jim a
can
question?
answer
If it's short and quick.
Yeah,
Because there's other people in the public that'd like to talk, I'm sure.
Yes, Ann.
Your impression of the stone they're
Yes.
going to be using,
Yes.
yes or no?
The color of the stone,
Whatever.
there's a blue tone to it, and I like that blue tone.
Okay.
But there's a flash in, well, I call it a flash. The architect may call it something else, is I remember correctly, it's kind of a yellow or orangish color, and it just looks mechanical to me. And when I say mechanical, like on some tile applications, they'll spray the flash into the tile. In some brick, they'll spray the flash into the brick, and it looks mechanical. And it's hard to see on a small little board, especially if you're not used to it. I mean, I'm in that kind of business, so I can pick up on it pretty quick, but I'm a little concerned about that.
Yeah,
I
I
think
asked
it'll
your
stick
opinion
out
because
so
I know
much,
you're
it's
in the
like, oh,
business,
boy.
that's why.
And the only way you're gonna know is if there's a field panel that's put up. Either they bring a field panel here in the next meeting and you can see it, or not. But that's my opinion. It's a small thing, and I don't think it should stop a project like this.
But, well, it's good to have the input anyway.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the time.
You're very welcome. Is there anyone else?
You want to?
I think you stole all the thunder.
You look like you want to talk about the stone a little bit.
I'm happy to provide it.
Oh,
I mean, I disagree. It is high-quality stone veneer. I think it might be best for the folks to go out and tour a property where we have it at. I think that's pretty customary that everyone does this. We're not doing the low-quality sticky stone. This is a much higher quality product, which is, has been our hesitation to put it on all the buildings due to the high cost of it, so.
Wait a second now, you said stone veneer, you need slabs of stone cut thin and
but Ann, why don't
applied?
you let him finish, please?
I just want to know how he
I mean,
defines it.
I'm not a mason. I don't know the application. I know what it is, but it is, I don't think it has a mechanical look. I'm happy to provide references at properties, and you can see what it looks like.
I was just wondering if it was stone or concrete. 'Cause
I think we've about beaten this to death, and you can look at things, but I think it's time for us to move on. I don't know if anyone else would like to talk, but the hour is getting late too. We have other items to do, so I think
Can you just give me the
that's
name
up
of
to
the
them.
stone so I can Google it?
Yeah, I think Jake, I think it might be best if you swing by planning. They have the sample there.
Oh, it's upstairs?
I believe it's still in my office, yes.
That works.
Is there a name on it? Does it say?
It says stone.
Who the does it say who the manufacturer
Stone or
is?
is it concrete?
Is there anyone else that has any input for us? I don't see any, so we'll bring it back to the board for the board.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant the 6 waivers of the site plan regulations as supported by the staff.
I have a motion by Al.
Second that,
Second
Mr.
by
Chairman.
Lynn. Any discussion by the board on the first 6 waivers? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and motion carries. The 6 waivers are granted.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to grant the 3 compliance alternative requests of the PUD.
Second?
Motion by Al for the compliance requests, second by Jake. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstention, chair votes affirmative, and those have been granted. We'll go to the conditional approval itself, if the
Okay, Mr.
so
Chairman,
desires.
I'd like to make a motion to grant conditional approval of the site plan for the proposed development of a 264 dwelling unit multifamily residential development with associated parking and amenities. Michael's Way, map 10, lot 41, zoned AR1, and Woodmont Plan Unit Development, Pillsbury Realty Development LLC owner and WP East Acquisitions LLC applicant, in accordance with plans prepared by Allen and Major Associates Incorporated, dated November 7th, 2022, last revised April 10th, 2023, with the precedent conditions to be fulfilled within 120 days of the approval and prior to plan signature, and general and subsequent conditions of approval, including the conditions that we have added on the 3 buildings and the vegetation on the garages, to be fulfilled as noted in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7th, 2023.
I have a motion for conditional approval by Al. Do I have a second?
Second that.
Second by Lynn. Any discussion by the board?
Just to confirm, those are all on. I think Kelly mentioned them earlier.
Yes,
So you're good.
yes.
Yeah, she went through them.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair was affirmative, and if conditional approval, please work with staff. Mr. Butler had some good suggestions. They sound good, but, you know, to all of us, the beauty's in the eye of the beholder, so we'll see how it comes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Great,
Chair.
thank you all.
Members
Appreciate
of
it.
the board, thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you very much.
So because of the street has that 8-foot height,
Okay, next we have is a rezoning request by Page Rock LLC, who is the owner and the applicant, to rezone 556 Mammoth Road, tax map 15, lot 236, from AR1 agricultural residential to commercial 2, C2. And I will let staff speak first on this, so Kelly?
Mr. Chair, as the board will recall, the applicant presented a rezoning request for this parcel and 2 abutting parcels back in August of last year. The board had recommended to the council to rezone those parcels, however, to R3, I should say. However, the applicant did not proceed to the council. Upon several meetings and discussions with staff, the applicant has decided to come forward with a rezoning request before you, which is regarding one parcel, which is at 556 Mammoth Road, and to rezone that from AR1 to C2. I'll also add that this is in the G3 intended growth sector, as identified in the master plan. That master plan states that the intended growth sector is assigned to areas that may support substantial mixed-use development due to proximity to existing or planned regional thoroughfares or transit. Future development should occur as complete communities in the form of activity centers. That's all I have for you.
Okay. And you'll have the applicant make a presentation for us, and
A little better.
yeah, names and addresses, please, or your business also, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Brad Westgate. I'm a lawyer with Weiner and Bennett in Nashua, representing Page Rock LLC, the applicant and property owner. With me at the table is Paul Chisholm. He's the project engineer of Keach Nordstrom Associates in Bedford. Behind us in the front row is Michael Dion, who's a principal of Page Rock LLC, and Dean Navaroli, William Reeves Real Estate Group. That's he and a third gentleman, Gary Thomas, are in the team of the rezoning and hopeful goal of the redevelopment of this property. As Ms. Karen had said, last year we appeared before you seeking recommendation favorably for rezoning of 3 parcels owned by Page Rock LLC. You did favorably recommend that rezoning, but we didn't continue with that. Part of the reason being that at that time there was some initial potential negotiations that Page Rock was undertaking with an abutting property owner, and we thought that if those were successful, the proposed rezoning to R3 would couple better with that adjacent property. It didn't pan out that way, so Page Rock is seeking merely to try to develop their property that they presently own into the 40-unit apartment project, which we know, of course, is not a fundamental prerequisite effectively for the rezoning, but as we did last year, we thought it sensible to give you a sense of what our goal was relative to this property. What I thought I'd do is just give a little bit more background on the property, turn it over to Paul Chisholm. Paul is the person who prepared the plan that's up on the screen. He'll give a little better detail of the property itself, the neighboring area, what we'd like to do with it if rezoning ultimately happens and we have a chance to get back before you for both conditional use permit and site plan approvals. And then maybe I'll address just a little bit briefly the rationale behind the rezoning, essentially summarizing the objectives that we set forth in our application. So Page Rock LLC, as mentioned, owns 3 properties. All we're seeking to do is rezone the smallest lot. It's just over 1/3 of an acre, 556 Mammoth Road. It's the sort of little corner, if you will, of the property on Mammoth Road. You can't even quite make it out unless you look underlying the existing lot line. But the white property is not what we're talking about. It's part of what's in the green. It would house a portion of the parking and proposed one of the 2 buildings that you see. The other 2 properties are already in the C2 zoning district. The small lot, 556 Mammoth Road's in the AR1 district. So we're simply seeking to rezone about 1/3 of an acre to be consistent with the almost 11 acres of the remaining property, so everything's in the C2 district. The properties are serviceable by water and sewer. The result of this, of course, would be that we'd have consistent zoning for all 3 parcels rather than broken up zoning between the small parcel, currently again in AR1, and the other 2 parcels in C2. And certainly the idea of having consistent zoning is so that the underlying district, its dimensional, use requirements and the like are uniform throughout rather than having to juggle the problem that you always have when you have distinctly different zones for part of the property you're trying to develop. So in effect, we consider this frankly, a very modest request. We note from last year when we were before you, a couple of the board members actually did wonder why didn't we think along the C2 district approach rather than seeking to go R3. And I tried to mention what the thought process was at that period of time. And perhaps a couple of the members of the board were clairvoyant in that regard, and that's from your own experiences.
Could you repeat it, though?
I'm sorry?
Could you repeat it, the reason why you're going for C2 and not R3?
So back a year or so ago, it was, I think, in July,
last
August. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Was it last August, I believe?
Yes, it was. We were before you last August. We filed in late June, as I recall. There was a potential, the client, Page Rock LLC, was attempting to negotiate potential acquisition of some adjacent property next to what they already own. We thought that if that was if that possibility existed, it would generate a little more uniformity in development with the R3 possibility. We also, and Paul will get into this as well, when we thought about the development of this property for the 40 units, back in August, if you take a look at the plan that's on the screen, the upper building, if you will, was across the wetlands and into the upper portion of the site closer to Rockingham Road. That configuration maybe was the ultimate driving force at that time. Worked relatively well with an R3 approach because the buffer requirements between AR and, the industrial zone property next to us and R3 would have mandated a 100-foot buffer area that would have made it impossible to put the 2 buildings closer and avoid the wetland impact. With the C2 approach, we have a buffer mechanism that works better and enables the 2 properties to be closer and avoid any impacting on the wetland to the upper side. So design criteria also kind of drove this decision to now try the C2 approach. And Paul, again, can address that in some more detail. And it frankly, just thinking back through it, it wound up being more logical to simply rezone this 1/3 of an acre. We still would have to come before you. Obviously, we need a conditional use permit for the use. We understand that. We thought on balance that made more sense. So, perhaps I could, just a couple other thoughts. This area of town, as the board knows better than I, has a number of nearby zoning districts. There's a number of differing zoning arrangements out there, a number of different uses out there as well. And I think Kelly Karen had indicated in her staff report that master plan contemplates this area as somewhat of a mixed-use potential area we've talked before about the idea of this being an area for transitional use, and we like this possibility as a transitional use. So I could turn it over to Mr. Chisholm, Mr. Chairman, and he'll just come back to me, and I'll try to wrap it up.
Okay,
And obviously, we'll answer questions at any point you ask, so.
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and good evening, everyone. Again, for the record, my name is Paul Chisholm. I'm an engineer with Keach Nordstrom Associates. We're the engineers and surveyors of record for the project. The three parcels that Page Rock LLC owns include map 17, lot 25, which has an address at 295 Rockingham Road. That's the big chunk of land you see on the north, I guess the upside of the sheet, kind of the north and east area of the plan in front of you here. This lot's completely undeveloped today. There's a number of wetlands that exist on the property. That's indicated by the lighter green, kind of yellowish color, if you will. There's one main wetland that does bisect the property running from west to east. This wetland has a 50-foot buffer associated with it. This wetland is also kind of the drainage channel for the whole area. Just generally speaking, the topography of all of these lots, Mammoth Road is really the high point. And things kind of gradually drain down to this wetland, not just from these properties, but also from adjacent properties as well, and then sort of slowly pick back up towards Rockingham Road. And ultimately, there's a pipe and a drainage channel that runs under Page Road, and things kind of discharge off-site and run off off-site to the east-south area there. This lot, the bigger lot, is about 7.9 acres in total area, has about 685 feet of frontage on Rockingham Road and 412 feet of frontage on Page Road. As Brad mentioned, this is completely situated in the C2 zoning district today. Again, mostly undeveloped and consisting of woodlands. It's actually a pretty thick, densely wooded area as well. In terms of the second property located at 3 Page Road, it's about 2.5 acres. With about 586 feet of frontage on Page Road, and it actually has a small portion right at the corner of Page Road and Mammoth Road with about 25 feet of frontage on Mammoth as well. Again, this property is Zone C2. Today, currently, there's an existing single-family home that, according to assessing records, was built sometime around, I believe, 1977. At one point in time, it did have a swimming pool in the backyard. There's a fenced-in area, if you were to look at an aerial today, which I can show you momentarily. Which obviously is where that pool used to live. That house is actually currently, although there is sewer and water in the area, that is currently on well and septic. And then the third lot is the lot that's currently in the AR1 zone, 560 Mammoth. It's about 1/3 of an acre with 150 feet of frontage on Mammoth Road. Again, that's the parcel. If you're looking at this plan, it's really where the driveway that extends out to Mammoth Road, it's really kind of in that area there. Give you, zooming out now, looking more, not so much at these three parcels, but the neighborhood in general. There's really a unique mix of uses in the area. From industrial on the east side of Rockingham Road and to the north of the properties to undeveloped AR1 properties at the very corner, I guess the easterly or southeasterly corner of Page and Rockingham Road. A number of single-family housing developments that do exist with the couple properties as you go from east to west down Page Road. Another one at the south corner of Page, Grenier, and Mammoth, and then two more single-family homes as you continue to the north on Mammoth Road. The Holton LLC properties, there's two of them. One of them at 566 Mammoth Road, that actually houses a two-family structure today, and then a larger industrial property, which is home to Workplace Systems. It's a company that's been around for 60-plus years in town, and that's kind of a large, sprawling industrial property you can see on the aerial here. And then to the north, along the Rockingham Road side, is the Remy Fortin Industrial Park, which again is another kind of large, sprawling industrial area. And then going back to the site plan here, really, this plan has changed a little bit. The thought we had about it changed a little bit. Going from R3 to C2 does allow a little bit more of a condensed site. That's very beneficial for a lot of reasons. The biggest reason of all is there's obviously a very large wetland impact and a lot of buffer impact that you save by condensing the property and development in this area of the property by not having to cross to the easterly side of that wetland. In general, it obviously does save quite a bit of disturbance area as well. When you think about it and think about obviously the noise generated and the traffic that goes by on Rockingham Road, that's the most substantial street. It's obviously the state highway. The others are local roads. That densely wooded area is really going to serve, and the whole point of leaving it undeveloped is really to serve as a buffer, not just for this property, but really the entirety of the neighborhood that exists to the west of Rockingham Road. We felt that it was certainly, like I said, in addition to the wetland and wetland buffer impact savings that you have, keeping that as a well-wooded and natural buffer would be the best thing for the area as well. The concept here obviously focuses on 2 driveways, one to Page Road, one to Mammoth Road. We are going to obviously get a traffic engineer on board as this progresses and we get into really more design and out of the rezoning process. That's something that has not been done yet, but obviously will, and so we'll work with them to figure out best places to locate those driveways, making sure that everything is safe, adequately accessed and that sort of thing. Obviously, the typical site plan that will come before you eventually will have a full package of landscaping, lighting, all of those things, erosion control, stormwater management. We've thought about them to some degree, but really only on a conceptual level. We want to make sure that we reserve space for all of them, but we also, don't have final design, obviously, at this point in time. It's just a little premature in the process. There are going to be 3 CUPs that we're currently contemplating. Obviously, the first is just for the general use, multifamily in the C2 zone is a conditional use permit that's required. That obviously would be before the board along with 2 others. One being that, again, with the total density allowable on this property at about a little over 43 units, the applicant's proposing 2 buildings with 20 units each, which is for a total of 40. So not realizing the full density, but obviously keeping things, condensed in one location is a bigger win for them than realizing the full density there. And then the third CUP is we would more than likely have a wetland impact for whatever driveway would come out to Page Road. There's basically a roadside ditch that has been somewhat poorly drained and turned into a wetland over the years, and so there will be some sort of impact there between to get a driveway in, really, like I said, kind of one way or the other. There's really no avoiding that. So those are the 3 CUPs that I would expect would come before you again at a later time, and as we get further into permitting. With that being said, that's really the broad overview of the site and kind of what we envision here. I'll pass it back over to Brad to wrap things up, but of course, happy to answer whatever questions you have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in our application, we talked about the objectives and permitted uses in the relevant zoning districts, the AR1, which the small lot is presently in, and the C2, which we would desire to be rezoned in. Just to touch on those, because that analysis is part of your decision-making relative to making recommendations for zoning change. So the AR district, of course, has a number of permitted uses with the objective of agriculture and forestry uses, water quality preservation, and residential and public use. Because our parcel is on the other side, if you will, of Mammoth Road from other properties that are already in the AR district. And our thought is that this small, sort of isolated parcel in the AR district, really, given its size, it doesn't lend itself to those goals of the district of agricultural, forestry, and water quality preservation. The notion of that is really not really in tune with the idea of a small, isolated piece that's already adjacent to C2 properties much bigger. It could accommodate a single-family home, but I think it has some non-conforming lot aspects to it already anyway. Of course, the C2 district contemplates various commercial uses, but not only commercial uses. It does allow, as Paul noted, the multifamily dwellings by way of conditional use permit. Retail service businesses are allowed as well. So I think it kind of fits pretty neatly with the mixed-use, transitional use concept that Kelly Karen had noted in her staff report, and that Paul has outlined, given the nature of the uses and zoning districts in the immediate area. So the effect of the rezoning, of course, would to enable all this 11 or so acres to be in the same zone. Again, as I've noted, it makes compatibility with analyzing dimensional use and other requirements when overall development is contemplated in just one zoning district, and allows that consistency, and allows for this possibility of a mixed use, a transitional use that sort of fits within the goals of the master plan. As Paul indicated, it makes the project more compact, enables the avoidance of the wetland and wetland impacts that were contemplated. And frankly, I think we think we have a better approach than we probably thought through a year ago. The master plan does support this idea as well. There's a number of concepts in the master plan that I think go to this notion of this rezoning. The master plan in a number of places emphasizes a greater range of housing choices, diversity of those choices at various levels and types, somewhat a tendency away from standard single-family homes in typical cases, but allowing greater flexibility in those opportunities. So our thought, Mr. Chairman, we appreciate your time, is that this makes sense. It's appropriate to rezone this small piece to be compatible with its adjoining pieces that are already also owned by Page Rock LLC, and we could set the table for sensible development with uniformity in zoning. And we're all happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. What I'll do, go to staff, the board, and then the public for input from them. John?
All set.
You're all set. Kelly?
Just to confirm what the applicant represented with regard to if this site plan were to move forward, there would be, as far as I can see at this time, the 3 conditional use permits relating to the wetland buffer impacts, the ability to do multifamily, and then the density relating to that multifamily use.
Okay. To the board. Ann?
Could you start at that end this time? Could you start at that end?
Okay.
Thank you.
Jake, you're popular.
Mr. Chair, I'm all right for the moment.
Okay. Jason?
So I just want to clarify, there was all the discussion about the development stuff is not what we're voting on tonight. We are
Yeah,
just voting on
the question before
rezoning.
us is strictly the zoning.
Okay, that's.
So we
what I-
rezone or not rezone? And
Just the task of this board is to make a recommendation to the council, the town
Right.
council, to formally act
Okay, all
on the
right.
application.
Yeah, that was my only question.
Yes, yeah, we only recommend. Ted?
I think it makes sense for the site going forward. I have no issues.
Al?
I have no issues either.
Lynn?
Nope, no questions, no issues.
Tony?
I have nothing at this time.
Ann?
What I see on this corner is it's a very busy corner, and sometimes it could become a difficult corner. What also I see on this corner is every other piece of property is AR1. And from the last plans I saw, we're squeezing more. Cars were people right towards that intersection. I'm worried about the amount of cars that would be coming out of there, and the fact that it is a residential area in that corner.
That's what we have to
AR1.
deal in site plan review. It's not related with the zoning. The
Right, I
zoning
know.
is consistency with the master plan, consistency with existing uses there.
Right.
So it deals with the uses.
Right, the uses, right. That's why I can't understand why the C2, unless it's just to squeeze more houses towards that corner.
Well, 3/10 of an acre, so.
Still, it moves the houses, the buildings. How many residential units did you have last
40,
time?
same amount, 40.
Same amount, and this extended all the way to the other end of the street, up to where Rockingham Road is.
Correct.
So that's condensing that amount of cars into a smaller area and exiting onto Old Mammoth Road there and also on Page Road.
Yeah,
To me,
yeah,
that-
we really, at this point in time,
I
don't know
know.
what's exactly going to go there. They have some suggestions, and whether they go through with it or not is another thing. I don't know.
But if we rezone it to C2, they'll be allowed to put other things
But we
there.
have to look at it as a planning tool, you know, you have to go back to the master plan. And that's what you really have to base things on for
But
zoning.
I'm also considering the neighborhood there.
That comes with the site plan process. Not that you don't have a valid argument, Ann, but it's a progression. I mean, they just want to rezone a very small part of what's already C2 there. So, I mean, they could put other, commercial uses in there instead of multifamily, so.
Just that property has that much AR1 around it. And that was a buffer to the corner. That's all.
Yeah, you have to look at the whole picture, so. Okay, we get the board input, and any butters, any individual from the public have any questions, comments, and concerns with this proposed rezoning? Mr. Farrell, sir.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. Is it all right, I'm trying to orient myself to this parcel. Is it okay if I address staff?
Yes.
John, help me with this. This is Page Road on the west side of Mammoth Road.
Correct.
You have the home that's more of a modular home that's on the south side. It's the parcel across from it.
Correct.
I don't need a question about zoning, because at some point I'll have to vote on it, but I'm just trying to orient myself to the piece.
Yeah.
And more importantly, Mr. Chairman, I have just come from the Londonderry baseball game, and they've just qualified for the championship against Pinkerton on Saturday. So that's more important than this.
Allow clapping anyway, that's. Yes, sir, come to the microphone, please, and I need your name and address.
My name is Brian Mead. I live at 555 Mammoth Road, and I know that this is a question about rezoning, but I have the same concern as Ann does, that as this gets rezoned, this intersection becomes very, very dangerous. If you're going to potentially add a minimum of 40 cars to the traffic flow, I can tell you that we have had emergency services in that intersection 3 times since May 15th. It's an issue that I think is in progress. Unless something changes with the dynamics of that intersection, I see the rezoning and allowing the building right there, shuttling of cars closer to the intersection, as dangerous. Dangerous to us as residents on the corner and all the people who travel through there. It's a very congested intersection, very fast, and messy.
Which property is yours?
So, you want to click 01524? Thanks, John.
I'm trying to, it's hard for me to see
The one
that.
in.
Over here.
Yeah.
And you can look up here.
The second one in?
Second one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
The house and the garage are on the corner. We knew the garage was probably destroyed one accident.
Yeah, that
so
was
yes.
Forrest Pratt's home.
Is the next
That's
one
where he
south?
grew up.
Yeah, on the next one south. We've only had one car wind up in our yard. So,
It's very, very valid concerns.
thank you.
When we get to that point, they'll certainly be addressed. Anyone else? All right, I'll bring it back to the board, and this is only a recommendation to the town council.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I'd like to recommend to the town council approval of the rezoning. Request to rezone 556 Mammoth Road, map 15, lot 236. Page Rock LLC owners and Weiner and Bennett LLP applicant from AR1 agricultural residential to C2 commercial 2.
Okay, before I ask for a second, must be the Canadian air that we're getting.
Probably is. Plenty of allergies around.
Public comment, I do have a letter. This is from Holton LLC, 30 Sona Drive, Woburn, Massachusetts. And it's addressed to the planning board concerning Page Rock. It says, "Dear members of the board, Holton LLC is the owner of properties at 560 Mammoth Road, tax map 15, lot 238, and 562 Mammoth Road, tax map 15, lot 239. These properties are adjacent to properties owned by Page Rock LLC at 556 Mammoth Road, tax map 15, lot 236, 3 Page Road, tax map 15, lot 235, and 295 Rockingham Road, tax map 17, lot 25. We understand that Page Rock LLC has filed an application to rezone 556 Mammoth Road from AR1 district to the C2 district. Page Rock LLC has provided us with a copy of the rezoning application as well as conceptual C2 rezoning and development plan prepared for them by Keach Nordstrom Associates Incorporated. We recognize that 556 Mammoth Road is a small piece of land containing approximately .341 acres. Please be advised that Holton LLC has no objection to Page Rock LLC rezoning application to rezone 556 Mammoth Road to the C2 district. Really truly yours, Robinson S. Witten, the manager of Holton LLC. So that will be appended to the minutes. Okay, I have a motion to recommend the rezoning to the town council. Do I have a second?
I'll do the second.
Jake does the second. Any further discussion by the board?
I will abstain and reserve my vote for the town council.
Okay. That's your prerogative. So, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
One nay, and Ted abstains. So it's 5-0, 5-1-0, no.
611?
5-1-1, I get my, I knew what I was looking for.
6.
6,
611.
yep.
611.
Canadian smoke.
Yeah, it's having a bad influence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, you have a recommendation from the planning board to the town council. We've got two town councilors here, and they will do their stuff. The town council has a first reading on it, which is introduced, and they have a second reading on it, which is a public hearing. So, okay, thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, next we have a public hearing on the application for a formal review of a site plan for a proposed 100,000 square foot warehouse building and associated site improvements at 13 Page Road, tax map 17, lot 27, zone commercial 2. Charles Evans is the owner, and Rhino Capital Advisors LLC is the applicant. And we have to determine completeness. There's a familiar face. Hey, Laura.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just this afternoon at 3:03 PM, staff did receive a waiver request from checklist items 6.5 regarding providing utility clearance letters for the sewer and water. Under this application, staff would support the waiver request for acceptance purposes only. Second waiver request was for the site distance profile at the required scale to section 4.01C of the regulations. Again, staff would recommend would support the waiver request for acceptance purposes only.
Okay. Lynn stepped out for a moment, but I'll take a motion for completeness
So
upon
move.
staff.
So move, Mr. Chairman, for
Okay,
completeness.
motion for completeness, second by Jake.
Second.
Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Abstentions, chair votes affirmative, and the application has been accepted as complete. On the vote, note that Lynn had stepped out, so. What this does, it starts the public hearing, and we have the 65-day clock in which we have to render a decision.
Do you have a clicker? Okay.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah, we just did completeness, Lynn.
That's fine.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Michael Kavanaugh. I'm the project applicant with Rhino Capital Advisors. We met a couple months ago, but Rhino Capital, we are a Boston-based real estate development firm specializing in industrial and multifamily assets. We also are the proud owners of Woodmont Commons, soon to be Jacksbridge, and this project tonight at 13 Page Road. With me is Rich Whitehouse from VHB, Meredith Graham from VHB, Tyler Murphy from Rhino, and Laura Gandia as well. So, all right. True. So for the agenda, we'll run through just sort of how we got here, high-level location, zoning, go through the site, and end with the Page Road Q&A before we get to the off-site improvements. So, communication review, we've started this process a little over a year ago, starting in May 23rd. I won't get too much into this, but this is the path that led us to be here in front of you tonight. So, first off, location of the site. So we are off Exit 5, Rockingham Road and Page. Our neighbors are Tri-State Sprinkler, the Londonderry Animal Clinic, and then behind us are the Pawcat Doggy Daycare and Long Blue Cat Brewery. So zoning here is commercial 2. That's the highlighted area there. Some of the allowable uses for commercial 2 are listed here. We are going with a warehouse, as you know, and Mr. Chair, that you pointed out during the Jacksbridge presentation, the tax benefits versus the utility draw on the warehouses. Very high for this. So, site overview. So we are just shy of 14 acres. About 20% of it is wetlands, highlighted in green here. The blue line that you see there is a 50-foot buffer. We are not building in there, so there's no wetland impacts to or for this project. Existing conditions, here's an aerial shot. So right now it's a vacant land, pad-ready site. The work was previously done under a separate AOT permit. There is a, can I point? Yeah. Curb cut access we plan to reuse right along Page Road there. And then also 2 existing surface stormwater basins there and there. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rich, who'll go over the proposed conditions.
Good evening, everyone. Rich Whitehouse, project manager with VHB. So I'll quickly walk through the proposed site conditions here. So the development program consists of a 75,000 square foot warehouse, which does include 5,000 square feet of ancillary office space. Also included are 4 loading docks at the rear, 4 drive-up doors around the 3 accessible, vehicular accessible sides of the building, and then provisions at the rear in the truck court for additional potential future loading docks. The site provides, currently proposes 63 parking spaces, which includes 4 accessible stalls, as well as accommodations for electric vehicle charging. We are proposing a mix of surface and subsurface stormwater detention and treatment through a use of existing and proposed BMPs, as well as associated utility and landscape improvements, which we'll discuss in a little bit. And then finally, as you can see here, vehicular access is provided on 3 sides of the building in its entirety. The 4th side is restricted because of a slope down from the left side of the building down to the existing stormwater detention basin that sits between the building and the wetland area that's parallel to Rockingham Road. This is a snapshot of the site layout, sort of more in the traditional plan view, zoning and parking information here, which we can discuss further if there are questions. So stormwater management, stormwater runoff from the site is being collected via a closed drainage system. Runoff would then be directed to a subsurface detention basin that's at the, towards the south side of the building, the Page Road side. So proposed subsurface detention basin. That includes sediment forebays for pretreatment and a sand filter for water quality treatment, as well as the typical storage volume sized to match or reduce peak rates of stormwater runoff in each of the designed storm events. That subsurface system ultimately discharges to the existing surface basin that you see to the left of the proposed building. That existing basin is not intended to be modified. It's intended to be used in its current form, with the exception that the approval that Mike mentioned a minute ago, that the site clearing and stormwater management was completed under, it also included an outlet control structure that turns out wasn't installed. So the project does also propose to install that structure so the basin functions as intended. This is a screenshot of the photometrics plan for the site. Site lighting is provided by a mix of ground-mounted and wall-mounted light fixtures, intended to provide a consistent and appropriate light levels around the site, appropriate for each of the different use areas around the site, and obviously avoid light trespass onto abutting properties and public rights-of-way. A couple slides to show the site access and circulation accommodations. So this graphic here is showing the town's designed fire apparatus circulating the site, both front and rear, turning off of and onto Page Road. And then similarly, WB 67 truck movements from Page Road to and from the rear of the site where the loading docks are. And with that, I will turn it over to Meredith Graham of VHB to discuss traffic.
Hello, I'm Meredith Graham. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of the traffic for this project. We had submitted a traffic study back in October last year. It's been reviewed by the town's consultant. And the biggest thing everybody always wants to know is how many trips are you going to get? So we're using the trip generation manual from the ITE. And sorry, the slide looks a little different than I was expecting. One of the big things is the threshold for traffic impact studies is 100 vehicles per hour during those peak hours. The 75,000 square foot warehouse, the peak hour anticipated volumes is 35, so we don't quite hit that threshold. We still did a complete traffic study. That threshold is for the ITE as well as New Hampshire Department of Transportation. They both say when you hit 100 vehicles per hour at an intersection, that's when you're going to notice a change in a potential change in traffic. With a lower volume, you're not going to notice as much. In addition, the traffic impact study looked at site access, coordinated with the Londonderry Police Department about crashes in the area. There have been 8 crashes at the intersection of Page and Rockingham Road since their last 3 years, since their reporting system changed in 2020. Additionally, site distance was looked at just checking the words on the slide again, at the driveway, and it exceeds the town's recommendation or town's requirements. All that traffic says the site trips don't meet the threshold to do a full traffic study, which we have done a full traffic study. It's been provided. We've responded to the questions and comments that have come through, and it's suggested that's a negligible impact for traffic volumes.
So next we'll go over architecture. So this is the proposed building is a pre-engineered Mirarox metal panel. It's made by a company called Can-Am. The peak height of the building is 38 feet, top of the parapet, which is close to the surrounding AR1 max height of 35, so it's right around that height. There'll be an entrance canopy, and then with the earth tone colors we reviewed with Heritage. So, it's also important to note where this building sits too. It's roughly 400 feet from Rockingham Road, another 130 so feet from Page. So it's really nestled back there. So from the street side, you really wouldn't see it. I mean, you wouldn't see it at all on Rockingham, and Page you would see it through just that narrow entryway there. So just wanted to point that out. Elevations. So these are elevations. See the entrance on. The second one down, and then the loading docks in the back, and those are your color palettes there for the panel colors. The landscaping, so we used, for this site, low maintenance, natural trees on site. We're incorporating some purple lilacs as well. Also some pollinators and, what's the other one? Food generators, I'm sorry. That's the hawthorn, is the food generator. So here's our landscaping plan. Highlighted there is the snow storage. And then there's a blow up to over back this way of the dumpster enclosure area right there with the fencing. Another thing to note on the landscaping, we have 69% green space compared to the required 33. So we're utilizing a lot of the existing green space that's there. Like we said earlier, not touching any of the wetlands, so that's all staying intact. So, and with that, I'll open it up to questions about 13 Page if anybody has any.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll go through,
I was going to turn it over. So there's more to
Oh,
it. Yeah, I'll
okay.
turn it over for the off-site improvements. I'll hand it off to Tyler, who will run through that portion.
okay.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Tyler Murphy. I am the head of construction and development at Rhino Capital, and I'm just going to go through the off-site improvement piece of this project. So here you can see our site plan that Mike has been showing you and reviewing. What you can see there highlighted on the entry there is our water, sewer, and gas lines. You can see them coming off Page Road in that general entry area that we have off of the street. The further slides, we're going to kind of dive into each utility, but wanted to at least give the overview of generally where these utilities are entering and where they're going to be entering the building on our site. So here we have our water line. And again, now we're getting truly to the off-site portion of this project. And this water line here was approved by Manchester Water Department just the other week. So that was a good sign for this project and a big help on that front. But this is, as you can see, basically coming up the road, coming uphill into our site. Over here, we have our sewer line. We've recently received comments from the town on this. We do have it on here shown as a 10-inch. The town has recommended that that goes to an 8-inch. And one of the main comments is that if you see at the top, or really it's the top of the elevation, but it's really the bottom right portion of the page, is that has been directed to sort of come back into the property and come back down and connect and continue over through. So there's a little bit of a change where it kind of doglegs at the end there. If I hold this, is this the highlight button? Top one? So that is this area over here, where one of the recommendations is to essentially bring it straight in and then connect it down over into here. essentially limiting the amount of time that it's in Page Road to quickly get it across the road. The property that you're looking at, this sewer going through, including the smaller property at the end here, these are all owned by the seller of the property that we have, 13 Page Road, including the small portion. So this is all one property owner through these sites. This is the gas, so Liberty Gas has reviewed this plan. They've approved it. They've given us a will-serve letter. So the gas is the furthest along of the 3 utilities that we're looking at today. It's a relatively low load at 3,800 CFH. There's not a ton of use for this building, given that it's a warehouse building. As you can see here, we're tapping off a 12-inch existing main. And the last piece of this is, of course, there's roadway disturbance with utility work, but more so the improvements that you're seeing are not necessarily related directly to those changes. This is really to improve the flow of the road. So on the top there, in sort of that pink-red color, what you have is the existing roadway. That's the shape of it, that's the width of it, that's how it sort of exists today. And then the blue is what's being proposed. As you can see, it has less of a bend in it, it's wider, and really meets the town's current roadway standards. The current road in its current condition has been considered substandard. And one of the comments that we did receive was to essentially where this road tapers back to its existing condition, is essentially to start this taper further up Page Road, be more representative somewhere up in here. And that's been a recommendation from the town on the roadway design. But obviously the goal here is to create it wider, to be in line with the current standards and have a better flow and shape to it for traffic. One thing I do want to clarify, because obviously there's been a lot of comments around offsite improvements. There's a lot going on in that sense. We do have Earl here from Hanner Swanson. Earl is working with the seller, the owner of the properties that you saw these utilities crossing, on behalf of Hanner Swanson, and is running the process for all of these. We've included them in our plan because they're relative to our site. Those are the utilities that we'll be connecting to. But they are not being proposed, run. VHB is not directly involved with the offsite improvements. So again, those are by the seller of the property, the owner of the property across the street, and Earl, who came just to kind of be here and just be represented, is with Hanner Swanson. They're the ones who are running this process with the town and working with John and Kelly. So just to create a little bit of delineation, and that's sort of why there is that break in the presentation that Mike had where we switched of just creating clear delineation between sort of what I'm going to call, for lack of a better term, on-site, which is the warehouse project and the site plan review process, and then the off-site portion, which is being headed up by Earl as the engineer and Hanner Swanson. But again, obviously there's a clear correlation between the two. Those are the utilities for the property. So wanted to include them in our presentation, but did want to make that part clear because I know it can be a little bit convoluted at times. So with that said, I think, with the outstanding comments, recognizing that, we have some experience working with the town between 30 Main Street, that's over at Woodmont Commons, as Mike mentioned, as well as Jack's Bridge, that, the amount of comments that are outstanding is probably unusual for this phase of a project looking for a conditional approval. And again, the majority of those comments relate to the offsite improvements, given the complexity of what's happening. As I mentioned, we've made some really good progress. We do have the water approval, we do have the gas approval, and we have comments on the roadway and sewer from the town, which Earl is working on. But we are definitely in a unique situation where over the past year that we've been working on this project, I think we're all aware of the economic climate has definitely changed. It's made financing these projects extremely difficult and keeping them viable extremely difficult. We are in a situation where we were approached by a tenant that we've worked with in the past. They're a building materials supplier. They're a fantastic group. They're all over southern New Hampshire, Massachusetts. They've occupied buildings we've built buildings for them before, and are definitely in a situation where they have a time need. And frankly, without the tenant involved, the viability of the project is definitely in question on our end. I've definitely, John and Kelly, we've talked about this at length, recognizing that the project's viability is no concern of this board and is solely the responsibility of the applicant, and completely recognizing that. I did at least want to say it from the standpoint that Laura, and I'll turn it over to you in just one second, has prepared some conditions. They're certainly not unique. They've been on a lot of projects that we see in conditional approval. Some of them are directly from Jack's Bridge, but obviously relating to this project, to try to provide a scenario and a clear path forward where there are substantial conditions in place where we could potentially seek a decision from the board that would allow us to use the decision to purchase the property and keep the tenant involved, to keep the project still viable. But I did want to say that, again, we do recognize the amount of comments, and the situation is a bit unique when you're seeking a decision. But we are definitely in a unique position here, and a difficult one at that. But again, recognize that that's our responsibility, no responsibility of anyone else's. It's just been a tough go this past year, and trying not to lose this fantastic group that, again, we've built with before and occupy some other buildings that we have in Massachusetts and southern New Hampshire, and are hoping that these conditions can truly help completely and 100% mitigate any risks related to the outstanding comments that have been presented as part of this memo. So with that, I thank the board. We'll turn it over to Laura to discuss those conditions.
Good evening. My name is Laura Gandy. I'm an attorney for Divine Millimet, and it's great to see everybody and to be back here in this capacity. So I am here to talk about a way for the board to grant conditional approval tonight on the site plan. And I think Rhino Capital was a little bit shy in describing who they are and what they do. Rhino Capital is a Boston-based investment management firm that has now made their presence known in Londonderry. This board have recently approved a site plan for Jack's Bridge Warehouse early this year. Rhino Capital has also purchased some property in the Woodmont Commons development and is looking forward to becoming good neighbors and good partners with the town, providing economic growth, development, opportunities for the town and business owners, job creation for Londonderry residents, and a steady stream of tax revenue for the town. The current project on Page Road, as you all know, requires off-site improvements, as there are currently no utilities serving the site. And I think Tyler did a really nice job explaining the uniqueness of this property. We have Rhino Capital, who is doing the actual site design, and VHB, and then we have the owner of the property doing the off-site improvements through Hannah Swanson. Currently, you have the site plan approval package in front of you, and we also have submitted, well, the owner has submitted the off-site improvement package. All of the parties are working in the spirit of cooperation and collaboration to identify those improvements and incorporate them where appropriate into the site design. Rhino Capital is working on securing a tenant, which involves lender financing and other considerations with various stakeholders. Rhino Capital needs to ensure all those involved that there is a clear path for development. This can be done tonight with the granting of conditional approval. And the question becomes, how is the board going to do this with all these outstanding comments and conditions and off-site improvements? As the board's aware, the legislature has recognized the difficulties in navigating projects that involve off-site improvements. The board is not put in a compromised position by granting conditional approval, nor is there any harm to the town. A majority of the outstanding comments relate to the off-site improvements and utility connections. The board is aware of the various protections that exist for a municipality when reviewing these types of projects. The board may stipulate as a condition the extent to which and the manner in which streets shall be graded and improved, in which water, sewer, and other utility, mains, pipes, connections, and other facilities shall be installed, and that's by state statute, RSA 674:44. Further, the board may provide that in lieu of completion of street work and utility installation, that the planning board may accept a performance bond or other type of surety. And that's also in state statute and part of the Londonderry Site Plan Regulations, Section 6. And additionally, RSA 676:12 allows the town the ability to withhold the issuance of building permits until all off-site improvements are completed. The board is also aware of its ability to grant conditional approval in these types of situations with various conditions, such as conditioning approval upon the receipt of state or federal permits relating to off-site improvements, and we do have some of that situation existing here with the utilities. And the board is also aware that it may not refuse to grant conditional approval of a site plan based on the issuance of those permits as well. And the board has in the past had projects in front of it where it has granted conditional approval based on site plan, off-site improvements being done. Some examples are Woodmont Commons, McGregor Cut, Cross Farm, and those are just to name a few, and there are many others, and I speak from experience. If the board accepts, if the board agrees, we would ask that they would consider granting conditional approval. As you can see, Rhino Capital has worked extensively with the town and staff and demonstrates its desire and ability to continue to collaborate with the town to see that all of the on-site and off-site improvements to completion. As I mentioned earlier, the town has in its regulations and through state statute the ability to attach conditions to this approval that provides assurances to the town that guarantee the completion of both the on-site and off-site improvements. It is important to note that the off-site improvements associated with this project come at no expense to the town. Water, gas, and sewer will be brought to a new commercial area in town, and a road will be upgraded to town standards. A conditional approval tonight will provide all of that to the town, in addition to allowing Rhino Capital the ability to retain a tenant, procure financing, and provide a great tax revenue for the town while promoting economic growth and development. It is a win-win for everyone. We have drafted our own staff memo for the board's consideration, which contains the standard conditions of approval, as well as a broad condition of approval that the applicant will address all the applicable comments in the staff recommendation memorandum dated June 7th, 2023. So if I could just pass that out to the board.
Thank you.
While Laura's passing this out, will be presumptive here, but may answer something that might be on some of the board members' minds, which is if we're going to put a lot of conditions on this project due to the outstanding comments, why do you really want the approval then? And the answer goes back to we're really trying our best to close on this land and keep this tenant here, to keep the project viable. And a conditional approval allows us to obtain financing. So obviously, typically, these settings are not made for those types of discussions, but it is a unique situation for us. And so just wanted to tie that piece together because it's a completely fair question and one that may be on your minds. If we're going to put all these conditions on, then why don't we just wait until you're further along? That's really the core root of what's happening here. We hope that the other purchases in town that we've made and the work that we have done with John and Kelly over the past year and a half showcase that we're a committed group and do what we say and committed to completing conditions when they're outstanding in a timely manner.
Thank you, Tyler. And this is a typical staff recommendation memo, mimic. And it went through the completeness argument for the board. There are waivers that are being requested, and I believe, Mike, did you go through the waivers yet? The 3 waivers?
No, he hasn't.
Okay, so we do have those 3 waivers that they're requesting, and those are a waiver from Section 308B6 of the regulation to allow for a driveway design width of approximately 50 feet with painted traffic islands. Section 3.08B6 of the regulation state the planning board can grant an exception up to 36 feet. We are asking for 50 feet due to the road configuration and safety concerns. The second waiver request is a waiver from Section 3.08B3 of the site plan regulations to allow the proposed driveway location within 200 feet of an existing driveway along Page Road. Staff does support the granting of that waiver, as the driveway has been located to avoid wetland buffer impacts and allow for safe access and egress and site distance. The third waiver request is waiver from Section 4.12C4 of the site plan regulations to not provide a property monument at the northwesterly corner of Rockingham Road. Staff does support the granting of that waiver due to the location being within the wetlands, which contains 1 to 2 feet of water, and monument setting would disturb that area. So there are 3 waiver requests that we are seeking. So we'd ask that the board consider granting those. And the crux is now at the conditional approval. We are asking the board to grant conditional approval tonight. And as you probably received prior to the meeting, the town staff recommendation memorandum that basically outlined numerous conditions that were outstanding. And this goes, the fact that we have put as condition number 1, that the applicant shall address all appropriate items from the 13-page road Planning and Economic Development, Department of Engineering, Environmental Services, Stantec Review memo dated June 7th, 2023, really goes to show that Rhino Capital is committed to addressing all of the town's concerns. So you have right in front of you, condition number 1, that they are going to address all appropriate items, which would be all the comments that I believe John and Kelly would spend going over with the board. We are prepared to do that, and we are prepared to address those appropriately. And then the conditions go through with the other concerns that town staff has put forward, and we are agreeing to address all of those conditions. I put in also as conditions of approval, the standard conditions of approval that I would normally draft for conditions of approval when I drafted the staff memo for the board on repeated occasions. And you do have your general and subsequent conditions, which again are the conditions that this town typically requires for a project of this size. And I think Tyler reiterated, I'm going to reiterate again, the reason why we're asking for this is we have financing concerns. We do have things in place that we don't want to fall through. This is a great opportunity for the town to have water and sewer brought to an undeveloped area. There's going to be road improvements. Rhino Capital is working diligently with the town. We have off-site improvements here. We have a representative from Hannah Swanson here as well, that we can, if you want to speak, you would be able to, but we are committed to fulfilling all conditions that the town has put forth and addressing them as we stated in our conditional approval. So we would ask for the board's consideration in granting us conditional approval, recognizing the unique situation with the off-site improvements as well. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you as well.
Okay, we'll do what we've done before. We'll go to staff, we'll do the board, and we'll go to the public for public input.
Mr.
John?
Chairman, members of the board, I'll go through the design review items. Item number 4, the applicant has indicated the required permit listed on sheet 1. However, the New Hampshire DES sewer discharge permit has not been submitted at this time. The reason is because the town will not submit a discharge permit to DES for no sewer. We have to certify that we're saying that there's someplace for that wastewater to go. Has not been submitted to DES. They've submitted the the package has not been submitted. We have a reputation to meet with Concord as well. They're gonna say, John, what are you doing? There's no sewer there. So just to clarify things. The DOT permit, again, as VHB has indicated, again, Page Road to Rockingham Road is a town driveway. So any changes to that roadway, we have to apply as the applicant. It's our driveway, that's my responsibility. Item number 5, again, currently there are no utility services on Page Road to service the site. The applicant has recently provided off-site improvement plans to extend the necessary utilities to the site. However, the off-site utility plans for those necessary utilities are incomplete. Item 6, existing conditions plan indicates the existing Page Road pavement width is 19 to 21 feet wide along the right-of-way to the site and beyond. The Page Road has been deemed substandard by the town. The necessary roadway improvement plans to serve the site are not complete, as noted in the review memorandum dated June 7th, 2023. There are a number of comments to the item number 7, to the site plan layout materials, grading, drainage, utilities, and erosion control plans related to retaining walls requiring building department approval, riprap, providing a riprap detail within the plan set. The revised design indicates site curbing extending into Page Road. They need to clarify, we need to get that out of the right-of-way. It's unclear that from the revised plan if the outdoor storage is completely enclosed as required by the town. Item E, we're requesting that they provide additional information that demonstrates appropriate separation to the water table and the proposed depth to the ledge associated with the stormwater system. Item 8 is related to construction details within the plan set. The stormwater system has changed with this latest submission, so there's a number of comments related to the revised design. Item number 9, we're requesting that they update accordingly and verify the sewer profile design and supporting information is acceptable to the sewer division. Item 10 are comments related to the project drainage analysis. I won't get into that in detail. Item 11 is regarding addressing the traffic review comments. And lastly, number 12 is to verify the DRC comments for the project are adequately addressed. Again, I need to reiterate, the project site currently does not have access to public water to serve the proposed development. An off-site extension to the public water starting from Mammoth Road near the intersection with Page Road across Rockingham Road, New Hampshire 28, and along Page Road to the site entrance is necessary for this development. The proposed off-site improvement design is currently incomplete, as noted in our July 7th, 2023 letter. The applicant is correct. They did get approval from Manchester Water to extend the water main, but we need to work out the design specifics. Again, that portion is within the town's right-of-way, Page Road, then where it goes up Page Road. So those are things that are in process. Item number 2, again, the project currently does not have access to public sewer to serve the proposed development. An off-site extension for a private sewer service extension starting from Sanborn Road near the intersection with Rockingham Road and extending through the abutting lot 45, that being 14 Page Road to Page Road and along Page Road to the site entrance is necessary for this development. The proposed off-site improvements design is currently incomplete. Item number 3, the project is located along Page Road in a section that is deemed substandard by the town. Town has requested the applicant to provide a design to bring the road to a Class 5 or better standard as required by the regulations for the development. The improvements to Page Road are part of the plans, and again, the plans as presented are incomplete to this date. If I will go through the review item, or excuse me, the waiver requests. Item number 1, the first waiver request was to section 3.08B6 of the regulations to allow a driveway design width of approximately 50 feet with painted islands. Section 3.08B6 of the regs states the planning board can grant the exception up to 36 feet. Staff does not have a position on that yet because, again, the off-site improvement plans are not complete. There's concern about the length of the taper and the easterly extent of where those improvements need to end. Second waiver request was to section 3.08B3 of the site plan regs to allow the proposed driveway location within 200 feet of an existing driveway along Page Road. Staff does support the granting of the waiver as the driveway has been located to avoid wetland buffer impacts and to allow for safe access and egress in sight distance. Last waiver request was to section 412C4 of the site plan regs to not provide property monument at the northwesterly corner along Rockingham Road. Staff does support the waiver due to the location of it being within the wetland, which appears to contain 1 foot to 2 feet of water, and the monument setting would require disturbance to the area. So based on the information available to date, staff recommends that the planning board continue this application to allow sufficient time to address outstanding comments and allow further refinement of the off-site improvements. There's wetlands impacts associated with all the off-site improvements, those being the sewer, the roadway. We need to go to DOT, discuss the improvements to the roadway, take a look at the roadway improvements and make sure we're doing it correctly. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, John. Kelly?
Just a couple of items. The outstanding DRC comments include any future tenant signage being subject to review and permitting. The Conservation Commission made a recommendation to this board to consider a reduction in impervious primarily focused on the parking. And the Heritage Commission did recommend an approval and also made a comment related to future signage coming back for review. And I just wanted to emphasize that staff, given the waivers we received today about waiving items for acceptance, staff's recommendation remains to not accept it, to accept it as complete. That's fine, but we're still standing with a continuance recommendation to allow, as John just went over very thoroughly, addressing those outstanding off-site improvements.
Okay, we'll do the board. We'll go first, Ann?
I think it's been explained very well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Tony?
I'll pass.
Lynn?
I guess there's a lot to think about with this. Do we need to run that past our legal team at all, Kelly? You know, a legal review? I mean, we're being asked to approve a lot that's not there, and I'm just not
So
sure
the
that it's the right way to go.
Staff makes a recommendation to this board. This board is a jurisdictional body and has the authority to act how you choose.
Okay.
We're recommending a continuance. We're not recommending a denial of the application. I would not encourage a denial of this application. We're recommending a continuance to allow time to address any comments this board may have. But from our point of view, it's to address those off-site improvements.
So I guess, talking to the applicant, what would, if you went back and addressed all these comments and came back to us, what would that timeline look like?
Yeah, so I think, you know, we've also been working with Kelly and John very extensively, and we do understand that the list is long. You know, we put it, just for the sake of conversational purposes, to put a cap on it. There's, all those roll up to off-site improvements, right? Whether they're gas, water, roadway, sewer, right? There's a lot of them. But they roll up to that one item. They're all basically off-site improvements at that point. And that's why, you know, Laura's put together these conditions to, again, sort of cap these items, which basically say, and Laura, step in here if I'm incorrect, because I may say this incorrectly, that we essentially can't do anything on the site until this stuff is cleaned up, right? We can't go out there and build, we can't do anything. And understanding, that's the point I was getting to earlier, well, then what are you asking me for? It's again, from a financing perspective, to be able to allow us to buy the property and then take the necessary time to work with the town and get these comments complete. Obviously, we're very motivated to do so, and have to do so per the condition of a potential conditional approval. But again, recognizing that there's a lot outstanding. So that was the hope with the condition, is that it sort of covers all those. So even though a lot of items were said, they all sort of fall under the same umbrella, and we can't do anything until they're cleaned up, until they're done. So that was sort of the hope and the thought process behind those conditions, because we do understand and recognize, and frankly, you know, it's also a difficult position for our end as well, that there's a lot of outstanding comments. But that was the hope, is that we provide that cover and that risk mitigation to put the onus on us, which essentially says, okay, we're not doing anything until this is all wrapped up. On the timing piece, just to get directly to your question, I am going to turn, is it okay if I ask Earl a
Absolutely.
question? Earl, what do you think in terms of putting aside completion, substantially completing those comments? So not 100, what's 80, 90% look like?
Generally, a couple of weeks, we requested a meeting with John and.
Who should be at the mic?
Well, they're conferring with each other, so.
I'm sorry, that's why I asked, I'm sorry, if that's
Yeah.
not allowed.
I mean, it'd be better to get this public, but if you just want to communicate with each
No,
other.
I'm happy to reiterate this
Private
this
conversation.
publicly for the record, absolutely.
Can he just come to the mic?
Sure.
Thanks.
Yeah. It's a good idea.
Good evening. Earl Blatchford from Hayner Swanson. As was previously discussed, our firm is working for the landowner on the off-site improvements, the road and the water and sewer main extensions, as well as coordinating the gas main extension. So, I mean, I think on our side, you know, we've got a couple weeks' worth of work, and then we want to confer with Mr. Trottier and Stantec before we formally resubmit. Just make sure we have everything ready to go. And then they'll have to re-review, and I can't speak, to that side of it. John can address how long he thinks it would take for the follow-up. And then there's the DOT component. I don't know when John will be ready to confer with DOT.
There's the part that we need to confer with your client as well, Earl, about looking at the intersection itself.
Right.
We have to look at what's being proposed on
Can you
Charlie's
get a little closer to the
property.
microphone, John, please?
We need to confer with Charlie what he has up his sleeve for his property.
Yeah, and at this time, I mean, there's.
Which I've been
taken a
beating
look
that drum since
For sewer
June.
flow, but there's really there's no proposals on the 14-page roadside, on the south side. At this time, to really make any accurate traffic projections, which is what John is looking for any potential future widening at the signalized intersection. Whether a turn lane is needed or what have you. What we've offered is to reserve whatever land would be required for the future. Right now, VHB's traffic study has indicated, based on the 13-page road traffic, there's no improvements required at the signalized intersection. The improvements from there easterly, widening out to 30 feet beyond, up to and just past the 13-page road site drive, yes, but no additional turning lanes or what have you at the signal. What we're saying is we'll reserve whatever land would be deemed necessary in the future, but to study that when an actual project comes forward, to be able to do a proper traffic study and make the proper analysis of what's needed. So, and I know John's concern is, well, he doesn't want to leave that to chance, but really, we're not in a position to say what improvements are appropriate this time because there isn't a project right now for 14-page road. We're involved with this for the infrastructure in support of the 13-page road project.
Yes. Yeah, I think we need those specifics anyway. It's necessary.
So, I mean, is the board, I think it's reasonable to reserve,
I think
land area on the.
we need to look at the traffic, Earl, before they start committing to, I would recommend
I think we're
that.
going to have some
that-
definite numbers and definite plans.
But that's what I'm saying, there are no definite plans.
That's, I think, the problem for us.
There was a utility study that was done in 2005 that I had reviewed. There was a design and plans and specs that were put together in 2006. When you do your sewer design, that's what we're basing it on, is the 2005, 2006 plans.
Right, and that study compared, there were two methodologies used. One was just taking the usable acreage by a specific flow per acre, and then we did a conceptual plan, which was just that, a conceptual plan, and compared the two. The conceptual plan came up with a slightly higher sewer flow, so we went with that. But that was geared for sewer flow, not for traffic. And those users aren't real, they were conceptual. So, I mean, if you want traffic based on a conceptual plan that is not proposed, I don't think that's a good basis to actually do road improvements. I think the proper way to do it is when you get a real project, then do a traffic study on that, and you can do a better analysis. And I'm not a traffic engineer, but, just generally speaking, do it at the time the project is proposed. But by all means, don't leave yourself, short of necessary right-of-way in the future for whatever widening might be necessary. So we're proposing that that's not an issue. That land will be available when whatever determination is made in the future. So that's what we've discussed from our side of it, and still being discussed with John, so.
Okay. I'll continue with the board for input and questions.
And you will. Yeah, you're up, Al.
Okay, I'll ask a simple question. We've got 2 requests for waivers here that the staff supports. Should we vote on those?
Once I get the public input, we'll go to those, yeah. Okay, Ted?
I have a clerical item for Kelly. On your agenda and as well on the staff memo, it shows 100,000 square feet, but all the plans show 75,000 square feet.
It's 75,000.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that we're actually voting on and motioning for the right amount of square footage.
Sorry, my memo says 75. I must not have given you the updated one, but it is 75.
Great, thank you.
That's it, Ted. Jason?
I'm all set, thank you.
Jake?
This is kind of a different situation to be in. I guess, the question I would have is, it's not uncommon for us to have precedent conditions. I would say 9 out of 10 projects have them. If they're willing, if the precedent condition is there that they are to address everything that's on the staff recommendation, what's the risk on our end if they're saying they're going to address everything as part of a precedent condition? What's our risk of?
I think, do you want me to take it? I think
It's
our
yours.
position is that there are enough significant outstanding comments that we feel perhaps the public and board should remain involved in
Okay.
before a decision is made. But if the board chooses to make conditional approval and add certain conditions, that's within your jurisdictional right. Like I mentioned, this is a staff recommendation. We base it off of the information we received and our professional expertise, as well as our regulations.
Yeah, I think whatever changes happen, I'd rather be in a public forum to do it with public input. Because, I think we should be as transparent as possible with this.
Is there a way to
this plan.
gauge that significant amount of a change that brings it back to the board, I guess?
Yeah, because you would need that public input on what the.
I have my thoughts together, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yes.
I thought you were
That's
going
first.
to Jake the first time. Let's start.
I was just doing some of my thoughts
So,
there, so.
so, thank you. So, because I wanted to leave you for last. So I wanted to let you know that I was ready. Thank you, I appreciate it. So, if I can ask John a couple questions.
Sure.
So, if we think about the Lot 13 thing, we're not talking about that tonight, but if we were talking about the Lot 13 thing tonight, if 14 is built out, and then 13 wants to come in and build, and the sewer isn't big enough, or there's not enough water, or there's not enough gas, then you, and then through us, says it's not buildable. Or you have to tear up the road, start over, put a new gas main in, put a pump station, whatever additional cost it is,
Yeah,
then 13 becomes buildable. Is that
yeah,
theory?
but actually 13 is what we're talking about tonight.
Yeah,
Just
flop
so-
around.
14.
Just so-
All right, 14, then the other
Yeah.
way around. Then the other way around. So, thank you on that. The second thing is, how is big or bad? When we talk about the access driveway at 50 feet wide, isn't that helpful for tractor trailers to
Well,
have
again-
more room?
Not knowing exactly what the final configuration of the taper will be at the easterly end of the road.
The taper is the outside.
Right.
Are
where
you
the
saying
road-
going down to the 19 feet?
Correct, correct.
Okay, I get that. And so then my other thought was, what we're being asked is to, the actual phrase, of legally what we're doing here is to conditionally approve. And the word conditionally means that you can put conditions on the approval. So we could, if the body wanted to, have 82 conditions on here, including
Everything.
that it has to come back to here to allow for public comment and let the general public comment on whatever they wanted to comment on based on the conditions that they have, that these guys would have to come back to build. Because when we conditionally approve it, it's not buildable at that point anyway, until they meet all the conditions.
Yeah, but then, once it's conditionally approved, then it takes it out of the public realm.
It doesn't have to, if we put in the condition that it can come back.
Yes.
We have,
That's the same
this
thing
board
as-
has traditionally not, I've been doing this, I've been watching these meetings for decades, not as long as you, but.
Long time, I know.
Yeah. But, and it's not traditionally been done that way, but as a workaround, can it be done? Is it legal? Is it
I wouldn't
not?
advise doing that.
Is it not legal?
I think you should conditionally approve it, and the conditional approvals are with the understanding that those conditions can be met without having to come back to you, that they can be met with staff. Now, if the board feels that all these outstanding comments can be done in that fashion, then the board has a jurisdictional right to vote on that conditional approval encompassing all of these comments, and that's the end of it. But as I said, our recommendation is to continue it, to allow time to go through those
Usually, something like this that requires a fair amount of input, they would be coming back. But the thing is, you want the public to comment on what they come back with. And the way to do that is a continuance, which is really the same thing.
And I want to be clear.
Because it's just
I was surprised that the applicant here is here in the first place. Because typically, when the list is this long, well, however many pages it is, you get yelled at if you show up. So I'm actually surprised that
Yeah,
they're
you
here.
go back to the old days of
So-
Jim and Agnes's law was
Exactly.
any more than 8 was continued automatically. That's the way it was.
Exactly.
I just want to make a point to clarify. So the applicant has gone through design review. The applicant has met with staff several times. They've represented this evening. We've had very candid and honest conversations about expectations. When the applicant represented they wanted to move forward with a formal submission, we were very clear about what our recommendation likely would be. And it has remained that way. They've chosen to move forward, and we said, you have every right to do that, as they do. And now it's in the board's hands. And that's what we tell everybody. If that's the route you want to take, if you're seeking an approval, that's the process. Our job is to provide a recommendation. So that's how we got here. So I don't want to be misconstrued that they didn't go through an iteration of process and review. That's been done. Staff is of the position that there's still work to be done.
And again, Tony, you're right, we conditionally approve plans all the time, but not with this number of conditions or this number of comments. And again, this is the forum, my opinion, to allow the public to hear it. Then you're gonna say, well, what the hell did you agree to, Trotter? Well, it's what I wanted to do, I'd rather not do that.
And if I
It
could
really
just-
should be done in a public
Yeah.
forum.
If I could just provide a point of clarity, maybe correction for the record. When the board is conditionally approving a plan and they attach conditions to that approval, if those are conditions that are minor in nature, then staff can review those conditions and sign off on them. If those conditions are not minor in nature, and I believe this is in state statute and also in the town's regulations, those conditions are not minor in nature, which we have here, then those conditions require the applicant to come back in front of the planning board before that can be signed off on. So there is that opportunity, as you asked, for that to be done. And that does exist in, I believe, state statute and in your regulations to allow, and that's how the process should be done. If conditions are minor, staff can sign off on them. If the conditions are not minor, then it requires the applicant to come back in front of the planning board to review those conditions.
Which is a whole public hearing process again and everything, which is really the same as a continuance.
But it gives Rhino Capital the approval that it's seeking, and as you see from the discussions that took place with Earl, it's off-site improvements, and we understand that. So Rhino Capital is trying to really make that distinction for the board in hopes that they will understand the predicament that they're in. Their site is ready to go. We have the off-site improvements, and we know we cannot do anything until all the conditions are met. And in fact, the town's regulations talk about Section 6, assurances for completion and maintenance of improvements. And it talks about the off-site improvements, and it talks about the on-site improvements. So the board has within its power and its ability, based on statute, RSA 674:44, RSA 676:4, 676:12, Section 6 of assurances, the ability to allow this unique situation to take place with no risk at all to the town. And as far as the public hearing, this hearing was properly noticed. If people had concerns for this particular project, they would be here. And you do have abutters here that want to speak. So we are having a public hearing right now where people, if they were concerned, would be able to come out and speak to those concerns. But additionally, if those conditions that the board may attach are not minor in nature, we'll be back.
Yep, and that's a continuance.
No, because we're getting the conditional approval. And that's the main distinguishing factor that we're trying to focus on.
Well, you're going to have to come back anyway.
We understand that, but we can have the conditional approval. We
Yeah.
can,
I'd like to get to the public for some public input.
Mr. Chairman, may I make just one very quick comment and I'll stop?
I'd like the public to
Okay,
comment
sure.
first, please. Are there any abutters, anyone from the public that have any questions, comments, and concerns in regards to the site plan?
Good evening, how you doing? My name is Mark Fortin, 572 Mammoth Road, Remy Fortin Realty. We are on a butter to the north, and we are in full support of this project. I don't see a huge impact traffic-wise. It's going to be it looks like a good-looking building. It's going to be hidden on the backside of the parcel, and it's going to be some good tax revenue for the town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Farrell, sir.
John Farrell, 4 Hancock Drive. I am one of the town councilors. I served on this planning board for 11 years. I'm all about the revenue. I believe that the board, based on my experience, that going down a path of this many pieces that have to be done outside of the public view, there was another mechanism to do this. You know, you could have used a development agreement, looped in 13 and 14-page road. You could have tied this all into a legal document and would have held them responsible and also given them the document to be able to take to their potential, tenant. Putting the onus of all of these things on this board of volunteers to make a decision to overwhelm staff with a project that obviously needs a lot more work. Traffic alone. Mr. Chartier is right. Page Road is a disaster. We don't know how far east it's going to have to go. There's a lot more work to do there. There's a lot of drainage issues over there. There's a lot more going on that property that has been going on for a long time. The town spent $250,000 on the intersection to entice someone to come there. To say that, oh, we'll put this in and we'll worry about fixing the intersection later. Ms. Champa made the point before. Grenierfield Road and Page Road and Mammoth Road is one of the most dangerous intersections in southern New Hampshire. She didn't say that, I'm saying that. The amount of times we have to go there. We're only adding more and more and more to an area that is overwhelmed already as we continue to do this. Am I in favor of development? Absolutely. But there is a tool to protect this board and to protect the town, which we've used half a dozen times in development agreements, and locks everybody together, gives the applicant what they need, gives the board the protections they need, and doesn't put you in the position of having to vote on a conditional approval tonight just because, I get it, they have a situation. Sorry. Use the tools that are available to you.
Staff is noting that. Anyone else that have any comments?
I do
If
have a
not,
letter.
we'll bring it back to the board. Pardon?
I have a letter from Jane and Mark Fortin, just in support. I don't know if the board would like that. I was just going
Sure.
to read it. It says, in response to the notice of formal review site plan for map 17, lot 27, as direct abutters, we, Remini Fortin Realty Company LLC, see no adversity in approving this applicant's request. This seems to be a good use of the property. Thank you, Jane Keefe, Mark Laurent, and Cecile Fortin.
Yep, as we heard from Mark, so. You can leave that with Kelly. It'll be appended to the meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, you have a gentleman that raised his hand.
Oh, yes, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name's Bill Nintu. I represent the owner of 23 Page Realty, so the direct abutter. For what it's worth, my only concerns related to traffic. Otherwise, fully support what these guys are trying to do. They knocked on our door very early in the project and have handled everything the right way up until this point. So, like I said, just traffic concerns outside of that. We've been staring at a crater for a while, so it'd be nice to see something there.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Your 11 o'clock alarm is going off somewhere.
Yes, I said 10 will take care. So we'll bring it back to the board.
How would we?
Pardon?
I have a quick question, I guess, for staff, but also for the engineers.
Yeah, we're at the board level of discussion right now, so no more public input, so.
Okay. So how much real time are we looking at trying to complete these items to be able to do this continuance?
30 days, 60 days, 90 days, yeah.
Right. 90 days? Does everyone think that's an agreeable number?
A big part of it is on Earl's shoulders. Gonna go out there.
We're on the front end of it, where it goes from there.
Yep. Getting it to DES, getting their approval.
It'd be time to, yeah, get everything together, plans together for another public hearing.
Just a reminder, if you do conditionally approve it, it's subject to a 120-day timeframe.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. And that would be, if we go over, that would be up to the applicant to request an extension.
Yeah, so that's the nail in the coffin right there. 120 days that I forgot about. Thank you.
But definitely it's a plan that's not really complete, and we don't have, I don't feel we have all the information that we need to make any decision.
You think it's appropriate that the staff supports those two waivers? We should get those.
Yes. we should
And I
do-
so move that we grant the waiver for number 2 and number 3.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Al, second by Tony on the two waivers that have been recommended by our staff. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative, so the two waivers have been granted. And next, it's the pleasure of the board.
I had a question. Can I
Yes,
ask it at this point?
yes.
The 50-foot driveway, why?
So, as Mike mentioned, we do multifamily and warehouse industrial development. And so obviously, every time we build, I think like, everyone else, we always try to learn and get better and try to improve our properties. One thing that we've found is that the wider entry, and I think someone said it earlier, excuse me for forgetting who, creates a much better line of sight and creates a situation where you can have passenger vehicles and trucks passing in a more natural manner because they have more room from each other. And the way that the 50 feet is broken up, it's not just a giant empty kind of area. We put those concrete little rumble strips in them. So it is a little bit broken up, kind of how you think of like a traditional island at an entry to a shopping plaza or something like that. We use those little rumble strips. So it's not just 50 feet of black asphalt. It does have dimension and some look to it to delineate what should be happening. But it's really from the aspect of line of sight, safety, ease of flow, those types of things. That's why we've found that that's been better for the projects that we've done.
Is there any information to support that generally?
Yeah,
now?
we can absolutely get you that, yeah.
It doesn't matter, Ian, how wide you make it, people don't drive off the pavement. Trust me.
Yeah, it's definitely just trying to take a step in the right direction to create a situation that's as best as it can possibly be.
Well, according to-
Shrinking it.
And that's only for the entrance area or the entire driveway?
That's the entrance area, so it would be the entrance and exit point, it's the point of egress, so this is a one entry or exit point property. And then, if I may, I know it's late, I'll keep this very brief, it's just, there had been a comment about keeping this in the public realm, which makes complete sense and totally understand that. The vast majority of these comments are very technical in nature. You know, as I think we all know, and we all do these hearings, the public is typically interested in almost always the same series of things. It's typically visual appeal, traffic comes up, you know, sort of the same series of items, landscaping. All these outstanding comments are very, very technical in nature, and as we work through them, they're not going to change the use, the appearance, the layout, the landscaping, the color, all the stuff that we typically hear, the traffic, all those things are not going to change as we work through these comments. So we would be back in front of the board with potentially every comment addressed, and the project would look and feel exactly the same. And that's not to diminish the importance of the comments. They are very important comments, and they need to be addressed, but they are very technical in nature and stuff that
That's where the,
most people just aren't interested in. That's still going to be the picture if we addressed every comment.
that's where time is gonna be needed to.
Yep, sorry.
Because I think you want to get it right. And
I need a little bit of clarification too with the question you asked about the 50 feet.
Yeah.
According to what I read here, we don't have the authority to grant an
I
exception.
know we don't, but is there some study that, what they're finding is it's safer to have a wider entrance? That's what I'm looking for, some reason behind it.
Can I just, to clarify what you just mentioned, Al, so you have the authority to grant a waiver of any of these site plan regulations. We were pointing out that the standard is 36 feet. So, but you can waive
Up to whatever.
the reg itself.
Well, it says here, the planning board can grant an exception up to 36
Right.
feet. That's what I read.
Yeah.
You have the ability to waive that reg, is my point.
So you can go more than 36 feet.
The planning board has the authority to waive
Anything.
a regulation, a subdivision or site plan regulation, period. Utilizing, as we recommend, the waiver criteria, but just to clarify that.
So what's the board's pleasure?
I'll accept the motion.
I'll make the motion to grant the waiver for 50 feet.
I'll second.
Motion by Al, second by Ted, to 50 feet for the opening. Any discussion by the board? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Benches, and chair votes affirmative. The waiver has been granted to 50 feet.
I'm sorry, did you identify any of the waiver criteria for the 674-36 or the regulations? I'm sorry, I missed it if you did.
No, just give me a sec. I'll add to it. That it does not cause detriment to the public good.
Thank you.
Yep. I would say for all three waivers. I don't think we did one for any of them, Kelly.
Yeah, yeah. That's true.
Oops.
Chair's fault.
We'll do the next motion.
Yep. I think the next thing is to the plan itself. Shall we continue it, or shall we approve it with conditions, or? It has to come back for another hearing at some date. So we can continue it.
Would you like a motion, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
I'll take a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Hour's
make,
getting late.
I'd like to make a motion to continue the application for formal review of a site plan for a proposed 75,000 square foot warehouse building and associated site improvements, 13 Page Road, map 17, lot 27, zoned C2, Charles Evans, owner, and Rhino Capital Advisors LLC applicant, to July 12th, 2023.
Okay, I have a motion. Do we have a second? No second? Motion dies.
Second.
What?
Second?
You second, Ann?
Yep.
Okay. So I have a motion by Lynn and a second by Ann. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Abstentions? Chair votes affirmative. The official public notice is that this plan is continued to July 12th, 2023, 7 PM, right here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And board have any other business? Are we, next Wednesday, the 14th, we have 3 consensual discussions. So that'll keep us busy.
Motion to adjourn, Mr.
I have
Chair.
a motion to adjourn. Second by Ted. All those in favor of adjournment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're adjourned. One of our